So glad to have you, my beautiful love. Fuel that sage cleansing, baby. Yes. Woo, yes. I hope you can hear me well. We're just doing a impromptu midday session, my love, okay? I hope you're doing fantastic wherever you are coming in from, baby. I'm here generating some songs in the background. Extra vibe music, baby. Yeah, you know. Yes, come on, baby. Yes. Hell yeah. Brewing some coffee right now, my love. Grab your favorite beverage of choice, whatever that is for you. Make sure you are comfortable. Thank you, whoever liked the video already. Hell yeah, baby. Say hello in the chat if you're here. Trying to get an accurate estimate, everybody in the chat. So I only got one device on. Just this solo dolo device. It's mirrored, but hey, helps me to keep track. You're gonna be hanging out with me while I'm doing my dishes, okay? You've got your coffee, baby. Mine's brewing right now. Hell yeah. How do you drink your coffee, Kay the mom? How are you doing today, by the way? Welcome everybody in the chat. Make sure you like the video. If you're vibing with the vibes, stick around. We're just gonna do this a little oracling. You know, that's what I call it, oracling. It kind of sounds aquatic. Sounds pretty damn awesome. Just kind of opening myself as a divine vessel, and whatever guidance comes through, I'll lay it your way, baby. Luna 111X, baby. Hey, Mystic, she says. Luna, divine feminine, baby. Woo! Yes, make sure that you subscribed if you haven't already. I said on moderation, forgive me. Why does it? Okay, hopefully it showed it, okay? I'm my own moderator today. Today with cream, but often, yo, I like that straight up motor oil, baby. That's what I love. Yes, my oracling, thank you so much. To me, that's like a more chill version and more free flow. So maybe hashtag oracling or just use it in your daily language. I don't have to do any fancy schmancy ritual, baby. We just live in life because our life is divine just the way that it is. And we just got to open ourselves up to whatever is coming our way, baby. Every time you see like crows, you see birds and everything like that, for example, you got over there. This is how I'll be rolling, right? I'll be driving. I'll be cruising on the way to work, jamming with Lilith, Goddess Lilith. Thank you so much. You're beautiful. And then I'll be seeing like 3 crows perched up. And then I do my own tarot in my mind. Oh, I got the 3 of crows. You know what I mean? I'm probably going to be meeting some people soon, and I kind of think of like, you know, depending on the vibe that I see from the crows, sometime, yo, I'll be seeing some crows attacking other crows in their territory. That's wild, baby. Make sure you like the video, everyone. Like. If we get to 10 likes at least, I will do a Pechugaso dance of sorts with some Pechugaso lyric. Okay? You don't even know what the hell that is, but hey. Like the video, you'll find out, okay? Make sure you subscribe if you're vibing. Yeah, thank you, Luna, for being a subscriber, yes. Preferred method. Perfect. So activating the sage cleansing before us, my dear. It'll be going off and on, and I'm gonna do a little ultra selenite cleansing too, baby. Tell me where you're tuning in from. Remind me. You probably told me before. Oh, by the way, coffee is brewed now. Hell yeah. If you can find one of these kind of cups, I tell you, not a sponsor, but or an equivalent with a cork bottom, it's for the win right there. This little ceramic with a cork bottom for the win, baby. You don't have to worry about scratching. You know, you just put that in worry. Europe and Ontario, welcome. Luna from Europe and Kay the mom from Ontario, Canada. That's my neighbor right there. Working out while hanging with you, hell yeah. It's cool. I always tell people you can put me on audio, you know what I mean? If you need to tune out and come back in, you know what I mean? I want to provide that kind of experience, you know what I mean? Yes. Because we're human, baby. And I want to remind people that just in your everyday life, there's like divinity that exists and you can tune into that shit, you know? I try to keep my cursing to a minimum, but you know, I'm also authentically and ruthlessly myself. So that being said, make sure also, yo, watch out the people that be trying to tether to your energy, real talk. I feel it's important. I need to tell some people out there right now, you know who they are in your life that trying to vampire your energy, baby. They trying to vampire your energy. Relighting this sage cleansing. Feel it, feel it, feel it, baby. Like the video, like the vibes. Grab your coffee. I got my coffee here, baby. Straight up motor oil, baby. Not a sponsor, but Trader Joe's be gotten it packing right now with some like super large thing of organic coffee. I like that fresh grind, baby. I have a little grinder over here to grind the coffee, you know what I mean, right on the spot, baby. So yeah, not a sponsor, but it's good value. Everything's so expensive nowadays, baby. You gotta try to go for the best quality for the best bang. You fell asleep to, oh, hey, the mom, you're beautiful, you're wonderful. Oh no, I totally took that as a compliment, baby. I'm very thick-skulled, baby. I got that nerves of steel, baby. You know what I mean? Mine just happened to be stainless, you know? No, just a pun. I be doing that at the restaurants all the time. I be getting some ice from the ice scoop, you know what I mean? Or I see someone else stick that right in the ice and I'll be like, oh, I see you trying to get the inside scoop on things, baby. I don't put the baby part, you know what I mean? I gotta keep it professional at work, you know what I mean? Oh, the coffee has been cleansed, my love. Let's tune into the spirit of the coffee bean. You know what I mean? A lot of people be just consuming coffee as just a daily dose of your day. And I'm not gonna lie, I love the taste of straight up motor oil coffee, baby. This black coffee, just the way to boom, you know what I mean? So cheers to everyone, beverage of choice, whatever it is too. Yeah, grinding the beans make it the freshest. It's beautiful. So cheers everyone. Tuning into the spirit of the coffee bean, any divine guidance that you want to bestow upon us during this divine dishes series, and let it happen, my love, let it happen. Because divinity exists in even the mundane, if you allow it and you believe it to be. Yes. Cheers, everyone. Check this out, dude. I'm opening myself up to you, collectors. You should be honored. Some of my routine a little bit. I like to, if possible, if I got time, to get that coffee, baby, get that coffee. Not a sponsor, but I be using some of this right here, Nature's Plus. It's got like all the different kinds of chains of collagen. It's got natural collagen, 6 types. But yes, add that. It's flavorless. I add it to the coffee. It doesn't act like creamer or anything. I don't want creamer. I like black coffee, but this powder, it dissolves. And then I got this set long time ago before I got my own house. I was already planning my own house, by the way. And this is what you got to do to like manifest your own stuff for yourself, baby. You got to pretend even little by little. I'm not saying go crazy. Now, granted, I get crazy sometime. Back in the day, I used to go crazy retail therapy, and it was terrible. I'm grateful that I cut that off. But I got this set. I got this special spoon right there. So this is my forever coffee spoon. This right here is Mystic Wolf spoon. You know what I mean? Yeah, come on now. Thank you for the love. Beautiful, wonderful. Intention is everything, Kay the mom. You really gotta, in your everyday life. And I saved this here in the back. It's kind of, let me face you a little bit. See, I wrote something from back in the day, and before I get into the dishes, magical tools. Yes, sage is a magical tool. Your own vessel is a magical tool for like receiving information. 10 likes, 10 likes. I have a karaoke box of it here, and I'm gonna just kind of share with you a silly pitch. It's like, go crazy, baby, you know. I'm half Hispanic. Pechugazo, Shadow Warrior. It was a character that I made up. It was a character that is representing divine duality. A character that represents the full embodiment of light and shadow, light and dark, you know what I mean? Elements within the self, fully realized, fully in unity. So check that out. There's some content on my main channel. And hashtag Mystic Royal Collective if you want to potentially find my other secret channels, okay? I'm telling you in advance, and make sure if you do find them, make sure you show some love and like those videos like you were going to like this video. I know you are, I see you. And then you're going to subscribe as well. So your glass, your mind, it's all magic. Yes, baby. I mean, even you right now are manifesting. Your mind is generating an image of me that you are seeing in this fun time that we're having right now. This is a manifestation of your conscious mind, my love. So I feel that we are experiencing one another. Bro, we're neighbors. You're Italian? Nice. I hear they have really good, like amazing pasta that I would love to try authentic pasta like that, yo. That would be awesome, because I try to avoid pasta in the States unless you can find a mom and pop that makes it fresh. It's so heavily processed, it's not worth consuming, and it doesn't taste that good. I've tried natural pasta maybe a couple times, but I haven't tried like authentic Italian pasta. That would be fantastic. Anyways, so we got a lot of people, y'all, in our lives that be trying to like mess with the vibes and trying to tether their energy, stick their claws in us. And this is not to fear anything, but this is just awareness, right? So I left this up here. I was about to erase it, but you know, I just felt led to just do a little reminder. You can check out on my channel. I did this more in depth where I did this live, but I've had this up for so long. But case in point is that it's good to be aware of the way that people transmit energy to one another, even subconsciously, even when they're not meaning to, you know what I mean? When I wrote this, there's like 3 specific ways. These are just some of many, okay? So just know that. The majority of our food, okay, the mom said, majority of our food here, US and Canada is, yep, I get it, yeah, for real, it's toxic. A lot of natural flavors that are allowed in the States are pretty toxic. You should come visit. The quality is so different. I had stomachache when I came to the States. Yeah, you know, I hear something similar from everybody that's kind of go in different directions. I have some fellow Native Americans, well, not like Americans, but they could be Native American. I have some ancestry. I got some Cherokee in me. They visited overseas, and they're people that like to eat a lot. Like I like to eat a lot if I, you know, got the chance to. You know, I love food. I'm on a seafood diet, baby, and I see it and I eat it. You feel me? But they said that they went overseas and went to like these places where like the organic standards, everything were like so much fresher. And they lost weight, even with eating just as much quantity of food. You know what I mean? So, yes. But common ways of transmuting energies, consciously or subconsciously. Quick recap. We do it through, a big one is because we are a collective mind, my love. perception, thoughts, and intentions. And if you can see from a distance, I don't feel the need to bring you up close. I'm just going to tell you the stuff on the screen. I painted a picture to the best of my ability of a brain. You know what I mean? But like when you're thinking about somebody, when you're dreaming about someone, and like even if you're like astral traveling, and sometimes you can project your consciousness and you can project yourself somewhere else. But again, just a reminder, just again, take what resonates and leave the rest. But for me, just want to remind you of how strong of a cosmic being that you are, that on a divine level, just down to the minutest of details, like you are literally manifesting your whole realities in real time. You feel me? Hey, the mom says, I had a spider web land on me the other day and instantly had visions of energetic threads. Ooh, you tingle from others. I also did some thread cutting cleansing. Yeah, you know, but I will say from my own personal experience, I'm going to share with you, collective, sometimes like I have done like a cord cutting with, whether it be with like past like friends or exes or anything like that. But we have to keep in mind sometimes some of these things don't work or seemingly work, even though we put our intentions in it. I hate to say sometimes it's a part of a test for us from ourselves, essentially, because we are everything. But if you want to call it like our guides and whatnot, you know, giving us direction, sometimes it's a test for us to remind us of our boundaries that we need to set, not only for ourselves, but also with other people. So sometimes we are, even through cord cuttings, I feel that we are allowed, and sometimes to help us grow stronger and reinforce our own boundaries, we're allowed to feel some of this excess tether that may happen from time to time with some of these people, at least for a time. And then naturally, in some cases, and it was for me, sometimes your inner guidance, your oversoul, yourself, which, you know, again, is reflected in every divine aspect that you like experience or feel that is outside of yourself, which is just you speaking to you in a different form, is what I feel. It's so complex, so forgive me. I hope you're keeping track. But I love you, you're beautiful, you're wonderful. And I just kind of speak what comes. There's a lot of distraction, my love, that's trying to keep you from remembering who you are, you know what I mean? There's a lot more freedom to be found if you allow yourself to a little ounce of surrender and not try to control everything in your life. So keep in mind when you're like thinking of someone, just try not to have it with such, I always try to have intention. This is why my house is literally like my sacred sanctuary, you know, and I just live in something that's good for one person, maybe two, you know. You know, I'm a simple guy right now, you know what I mean? I'm open to more, obviously, you know what I mean? We have to not restrict ourselves, you know what I mean? And know that we are deserving of more, despite maybe some narratives have been pushed out, but again, of the mindset of who's to say that anyone else exists other than you, not in a sadistic way, but just like, can it be proven kind of way? And it can't really truly be proven. You know, it's kind of like the whole thing that if a tree falls in the middle of a forest and no one is there to hear, it doesn't make a sound. I mean, really, it's something to think about. I try to think of like the nitty gritty and like the nuances, and I try to take from every single belief system. So I consider myself free in that aspect of being open-minded. I encourage anyone, if they can, to do the same. You've been very distracted lately. You feel what I'm saying? Perfect. I'm trying to just tap in and trust the flow. Yeah, flow state is definitely, it's not easy. And it's not for the faint of heart either. Because we are so, at least one big thing, this is the second one I'm gonna go into, is a way that people can transmit energies to other people, even unconsciously, is when they are seeking external guidance, at least in their mind, what they perceive as external outside of themselves, angels, demons, deities, gods, goddesses, whatever the case is, and they are seeking this external guidance. In some situations, they're coming from a place of worship. I don't believe that we should worship anything, because everything outside and inside of us is divine, and we are all equal. So we are just cooperating, is how I feel it should be seen. It's less disempowering because you're not putting yourself in a submissive position below anyone. You see Goddess Lilith being a very good example of just understanding that we are equal. So it kind of rubs me wrong when I see some people who, like, you know, use like her name in vain, essentially. But what I mean by that is, like, they'll talk about, like, yes, she's about like empowerment, female empowerment, but she's also about equality. And that's why I feel like it ain't about trying to shame anybody else, because they're all us. So we got to stop this like division tactic that's just so programmed. And unfortunately, you know, I do understand, like, I can't empathize with the other gender's level of potential trauma that they have inherited from bad actors, from certain masculine figures. So I'm not discounting that, you know what I mean? And there's definitely, you know, in both sides, some bad players that give narratives that end up being viral, and it's a whole vicious cycle, you know what I mean? But we can try our best to just come from a place of like, hey, everybody that's outside of us, or that we witness outside of us, that's just a part of us. And if you think of it like that, it makes it so simple but complex in a way, because it's like, well, now you have to, it's like literally putting a rock through shattering glass of an illusion that you've been in your mind of what they say is important the whole time. So if you're seeking help, interceding on someone else's behalf through your deity, demons, angels, whatever it is, that is a way that energy, they will receive that, and they may feel that. That's what I'm trying to say. So we try to be mindful, like sometimes, even if we want to send healing energy towards a loved one or something, sometimes some people are meant to like suffer, and I'm not endorsing any of that, obviously, but I'm just saying, like, for example, if someone has like a sickness and there's only so much you can do, sometimes if you were to interfere with the healing and the lessons that they need to learn from their own experience, like 2222 I just saw just now, sometimes your guides and their guides, they agreed to learn a certain level of tolerance to build them up and make them stronger for the future lessons. So just be mindful, like we have a lot of people pleasers in the house, ex-people pleaser, nice to meet you, I used to be. But sometimes you ain't meant to try to fix people, and sometimes that stuff is not your responsibility first and foremost. Even though people try to make it your responsibility, it ain't your responsibility. You know what I mean? Your life is complicated enough because you as a divine being. So this is just a reminder to not take on other people's problems upon yourself fully, or feel it's your responsibility even though they are your loved ones. You gotta sometimes let them learn on their own. And also, again, I mean, like, you know for 1000% certainty that you exist. So maybe try focusing on you, right? Because you can't pour from an empty cup. See, the simple life is my deal, yeah. Not looking to complicate. Lilith came to me in a couple of years. Oh, I love Lilith. Lilith! I got these sigils and everything like that, and then I stumbled across this beautiful ring here. Look at this. It's like an onyx focusing. There it is. With Lilith's seal on each side. Oh, that's fantastic, baby. Yes. So yeah, I love her. She was one of the first dark goddesses, or dark goddesses. She's also a light goddess in different forms. She's so many things, my love. But she's one of the first ones that approached me after my breakup with my last ex, which, you know, kind of I was introduced to some of these things, but there's some deities that they introduced me to that, yes, I meant to work with, but they weren't the ones that were meant to work with me on a main level. And those were some things that I had to learn on my own. By allowing myself in a state of flow state, Lilith came to me, and what I mean that she came to me is that like you will know when deities are trying to work with you is when they randomly show up in your feed. You see a whole bunch of posts and everything about it. That's how 1111 baby. Yes. Yes, thank you for sharing. Kay the mom. It's like a caterpillar. Kay the mom also says it's like the caterpillar to butterflies. They need to struggle. If you help them, they die. Yes, thank you. That is such a beautiful analogy of allowing someone the freedom, because also keep in mind some of the people that you may be trying to help, maybe they don't want the help, and maybe they feel that you may be smothering them. So just keep in mind, you know what I mean? Growing up, I was very, admittedly, I was very, I'm not saying that it was like a rich background necessarily, but I was very blessed, and I was, you know, I was the youngest of two. And, you know, I admit I was kind of spoiled to where like, at least I was a fat kid growing up. You know, let's bring back, I will say this is like maybe in a way when it comes to food industry, right? Look, y'all, if we want to get our supersized fry from time to time, let me get a fucking supersized fry. You know what I mean? Like these little nuances of things as a millennial and as a prior fat kid growing up, like I miss these things, but the inner fat kid lives inside because I just crave to try all these yummy foods that I have yet to try, you know? So, but I do miss supersize. I forget the drink. That's a bunch of sugar. I don't need that. I just want the food. But nowadays, I will say the chemicals are a lot more crazy now. So we can't even really call it food. But some of the things still taste. I like myself some Culver's nowadays, now and then. You tell me, Collector. You like some Culver's? You know what Culver's is? Do you have it in Canada, Kayla Mom? Is that Kayla Mom in Canada? So, let's going back. I'm kind of squirreling back and forth. I promise we're going to do the dishes, but I'm just vibing. I'm loving this. When you're like seeking that external guidance, right? Man, that can come in you wishing someone well, praying directly or indirectly via a third party, like to some entity, deity, your God, goddess, whatever it is, or even wishing external guidance and protection for someone else. But usually it's like petitioning. But this is the dangerous trap of that, because when you don't integrate the fact that divinity exists outside and inside the self, because outside is you also, then you're forgetting your own power. And now we're getting into a big way that you can send energy is through commanding inner knowing, embracing divinity, providing direct action of energy from within. Like you are literally intentionally, with intention, channeling energy from with you like a Super Saiyan, but you are Kamehameha, you know, Kamehameha, straight beam energy of healing towards your loved one. You know what I mean? Or something like that, you know what I mean? That's a powerful way of sending energy, baby. And that's the way ideally, you know, that the programming wants to keep you from doing that, because imagine how many people, but see, that's the thing. Morality really plays into it. You know what I mean? So there are some people right now in the world that know all this stuff, but they're sending some cosmic sludge into the collective, trying to keep it from moving in a positive direction, you know? On fire, baby. So this is you sending energy consciously, okay? We need 4 more likes to get to that Pechugaso dance. Casting spell from known power to solve conflict. Like your known power, baby. You know what I mean? And it's like you getting your divine tools, like this wand, and like Harry Potter type action, some like that, you know? Inner knowing of divinity, ideally seeking for the benefit of self and collective. Self and collective. It's important because we are the collective. We are one. You ever watched the Care Bears? No, I did not. It seemed, at the time I don't know, it didn't vibe with me. But also, I'm trying to think of when it came out. I think I was already too old for that. I'm old, baby, believe it or not. I'm a millennial, my love. They sent love from their bellies. Sounds kind of weird to me, but they had a lot of weird stuff back in the day. The Teletubby stuff, God, that's weird, and I don't know. That to me is just gonna seem weird. To each their own. Some people are really happy with those things. So, and the more of us that unite, from stronger the energy. Yes. Oh, from the 80s. Okay, the mom. Yeah, forgive me. I don't know all the nuances and references, right? So we're gonna do some cleansing now. I'm kind of done with that little lecture there, mini lecture. Thank you hope you enjoyed that. I brought it up as a reminder before I erase it officially. This is a reminder that we have to be conscious and responsible. The more that we start learning of our power and stuff, we have to be more responsible of the way that we are projecting energy towards other people, potentially from a reactive standpoint, if that makes sense. You know what I mean? Sometimes if we're very emotional sometimes, and that's nothing wrong with that. In fact, I encourage you should allow yourself to feel those emotions, because that is a way for you to be able to understand parts of yourself that may need attention and healing. So, but do it ideally in a place where you won't be affected by other people's energy, other people's, or whatever your divine mind has projected out into your experience, whether it be your loved ones, your family, kids, whatever. Ideally, you want to have some time of solitude for a moment, separating yourself from all the energies surrounding you just for a time, so you can allow yourself to reconnect with your divinehood that may have been lost in translation, you know what I mean, when it comes to trying to connect with others. My love, if you're here and are not liked the video already, make sure you do that. I love you. It helps the algorithm. And if you vibe in with the vibes and want to keep touching base in case we get disconnected, please consider subscribing. It is free. And I'm almost to 500 subscribers, my love. So 500 will help me to unlock future sessions of paid super chat questions. I'm open to doing sessions like that with my Mystic Royal Collective, because I know a lot of people want to do live questions, but I will not make that my whole, and I will figure out how to do those things. So just stay tuned. Get us to that 500, my love. Get yourself a clean slate here as best as possible. There may be slight residue. Look at that shininess, baby. Yes. Hell yeah. Working at the car wash. So it just came to mind. It's like this, like, working at the car wash. Now I'm gonna be diving into these dishes, baby. Oh no, we're gonna do some little selenite cleansing. Yeah, clean slate. Let's go. Agree with you, Kay. Luna. I like when my peeps 3333 recording timer. I like it when my peeps talk to each other in the chat. It's beautiful. Confirmation. You hear the phone ringing. In fact, I gotta make sure. Hold please. Let me make sure I check that out real quick. Oh, I didn't know I left my phone over here. Uh-oh. I think I saw 7 likes. We get to 10. I'll do some pechugazo. I don't know if y'all have. Share it in the chat, y'all. Share it in the chat. Sometimes you just by yourself and you just chilling, and sometimes, baby, you be having some random, like, funny little sound effects or noises, or maybe you fill in the blank you change up the lyrics to different songs, song lyrics or something like that. Just something playful, you know what I mean? If you haven't done it, you should, because it's so fun, you know what I mean? It allows you a chance of just silliness and goofiness, my baby. Give me 1 second. I gotta take my medicine real quick here. If you know, you know. Yes, baby. 1 moment, please. I hope you're having a great day. What time is it where you're at? I'm curious. I'm curious, especially in Italy. I'm assuming it's maybe you're like half a day ahead of us, maybe. I have a family member that lives in Israel. And he's like, I think 9 hours ahead of me. All right, baby. Hell yeah, thank you. Getting more in tune with Mother Gaia, multiple facets through coffee and other ways of medicine. Just to make sure there's nothing important. What's up, y'all? 11:22 on the clock right now where I'm at. Be mindful of your energy, use it wisely. Every thought and action has potential to affect the collective. Yes, it does. I agree, Kate. Mom, thank you for sharing. I agree with you, Kate. I'm recovering warrior. Now when worry comes up, I just surrender it and trust any outcome will be for the highest good. Yeah. What is meant for you, collective, is meant for you. And no one, no matter what kind of spell or witchcraft or anything that people try to put your way, my love, like yours, what's yours is yours. And those people, obviously, which are just extensions of us, they'll realize in their own karmic waiting period, they'll have a time where they may be allowed to have their fun for a second and you feel something, but even though you can feel like to the depths of destruction sometimes and just feel totally smashed, I'm not gonna lie, sometimes you get there, but you end up rising up and then people wonder like, huh? Like how this person like is still striving and is still, you know what I mean? And then you're going to be finding your energy because your guides are not going to allow you to be completely broken down. You know what I mean? Your protection, my love. They see the injustices that have been done against you and they're wanting to help bring things back in order, my love. So yes, hopefully that makes sense. Everyone hit the like button, waiting on the dance. Thank you, Luna. Yeah. Remember to play every day. Yes, I always play. What time is it there, Kay? 5:21. It's 5 o'clock somewhere, my love. Take your beverage of choice. Was it you that just said you had coffee, though? Okay, though, Mom? I mean, you could do one of those espresso martinis. Those are really good, actually. There's one corporate chain, which I will not name, which makes it's like they use this liqueur called Borghetti, and it's like a espresso liqueur, and it's probably and then you know, they did change it to some kind of egg substitute, but you keep the egg in it where it's like a little bit of the egg white. And it's like the foam when you shake it up and it gives it that foaminess. And it's, oh my goodness, it's probably, and you got some cold brew in that too. So you get that little zing with the zang, baby. I think that's a company of Bloody Mary, but you get the little zing with the, you know what I mean? And it's just crisp, straight up black coffee, espresso martini, baby. Some people be putting that Bailey's on. I don't want that extra sweetness, baby. You feel me? They say that the antioxidant I mean, I'm not a doctor. Take what resonates and leave the rest. But I heard that when you introduce any kind of dairy product, maybe sugar, I'm not sure, but I heard dairy specifically into coffee. Now I do like my café con leche in different times, mi amor, you know. And when I go out, sometimes the coffee is so mid, you have to add milk or something else to make it taste more better. Because I don't really go for all these fancy smashy coffees. Really, I got it like Americano, splash of whole milk, baby. Light ice, yeah. Buy me a coffee link in the description if you want to consider it. Yes, but those are really good. Welcome, Fluffy. Fluffy Foo-Foo! 10:22 a.m. Oh yeah, so you're just an hour behind me. Right behind. 2 more. I see we got 8 likes. Perfect. Thank you, dear. Here for a minute. Nah, you're good. Lettuce and chive at the moment. Okay, nice. Let us talk about this. Dogs. Fluffy Foo-Foo. Mucho abrazos. So hugs. Also, Fluffy, cucumbers are going wild. Are you making some food too? Nice. Sweet. I'm all caught up with the chat. Hell yeah. Cheers, everyone. Got some nice coffee. I left the board clean slates in case I feel the need to randomly write stuff during the dishes. I don't know how long it's gonna be, yo. I've been kind of procrastinating for a little bit, admittedly. I'm gonna keep it real with you, so. I'm a one-man show, my love. I get tired, baby. I get tired. You know, I still work that job too, and I'm like, sometimes when you get home. So, hey, consider supporting the channel. You want to work with the Mystic Royal Collective, reach me out on Instagram, my dear. But yeah, this is gonna be the full-time gig right here. That's the goal, baby. Coffee's getting a little cold already. It's okay. Cheers to all. A few errands. See you later. I love bug. Love bug. I think there was a Herbie. For those that know, you know. It's like a Volkswagen Beetle that was animated and made alive. Pretty good job, I thought. The original movie, at least. And then they had a whole bunch of spin-offs. That's what made me think when you said love bug. Or some little, that sounds like Roadrunner. Yeah. I was procrastinating too. Kids did the dishes. Well, see, that's good. That's why you put them to work to get that allowance. You know what I mean? Give them a kind of like that house job where they get to make some cheddar, save up for their video games or whatever. That's what they do. Yes, glad to have everybody. Perfect. That's sage cleansing. Let's go ahead and get ultra cleanse here. This selenite wand. Okay. If you consent to said cleansing, say I consent. Okay. We're going to do a few deep breaths. It's going to be also energy dispersal and kind of like trying to move any stagnant energy that may be in your life, okay? You're using white tea and bamboo incense. Nice. Go ahead and take a deep breath with me, love, on the count of 3. Or 3, 2, 1. Thank you so much. Take one more time. 3, 2, 1. Thank you. One more time. 3, 2, 1. Like a dragon, baby. Thank you so much. This area is protected, and you are all protected as well. Thank you. You're beautiful, you're wonderful. You have the power to rewrite your own destiny and rewrite your own script. My beautiful love, share my live with anybody that you feel would vibe with these vibes and want to check this out. That would be much appreciated. Exposure is always appreciated. Putting a like on the video if you haven't already, for example. Hold still. Time for you to rewrite your own destiny, my love, just the way that you want it. You're the architect of your own reality. You're so much more powerful than you give yourself credit for. Remember that. Wolfpack family. Hell yes. Thank you. All right. All right, now I'm putting procrastination to an end now. Just gonna vibe here, y'all. Just know there's no format for this session here. If you're just hanging out, you're hanging out, that's cool. That's the intent of this chill sesh. If you vibe with the vibes, want to listen to me while you're doing your own chores too, maybe this can be an incentive for you to get on going on the things you need to be doing too. Could be a little workout, home workout. Could be a little washing dishes as well with me, my love. I want to remind you that divinity can come to you even in the mundane, and even more so in the mundane. Some of the greatest minds, I think, whether it's true or not, the divine fractal that was once Einstein was said to have liked jobs that were very 1133 as I'm saying this, that liked jobs that were very mundane and didn't, it was just like a repetitive task of sorts. You didn't have to talk or interact with people because it allowed him time to be with himself and think. And that's how he's over time, he's one of the greatest minds who have been existed, you know what I mean? And grateful for all his contributions, right? Obviously he's just one of many beautiful, intelligent minds, and I'm speaking to the future generation or anybody else out there that is a brilliant mind as well. If you believe that you are, my love, tune into the love that is within yourself and spread that out, my love, because it is more contagious than you realize, and it's more needed than you realize. In a world of fakeness, oh, come on, are you serious? Your silliness, your goofiness, and you allowing yourself to just tune into your divine clown, your divine sacred fool. That's awesome. You know what I mean? Unhinged, baby. I have 3 beverages. Have some water too. Make sure you drink your water. Stay hydrated. Let's chat, collective. Let's chat. Hope everyone is doing fantastic today. What is one of the things, my love, that concerns you from day to day? Put it in the chat if you're still with me. Maybe we can touch base on it and see. Taking your medicine now? Hell yeah, baby. Not a sponsor, but this Miss Myers here, natural or ish, whatever you want to call it. Soap, no dyes in it. It's pretty good, not bad. Dun, 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 dun. Yeah, I might need to take. I'm seeing all these dishes. I don't know if you ever get it, collective, where you be. And if anybody got some advice, like for real, maybe put in the chat. I'm open to suggestion because, you know, as someone that lives by myself, sometimes there's some of my stuff that just like literally piles up, y'all, because, you know, I work still like full time, and yo, like my body sometimes tells me, yo, like you gotta prioritize your rest too, baby. You know what I mean? So, what was the question? Yeah, what is something that you feel is like, this is an open forum here. What is something that seems to be a recurring issue, if any, for you? Is there something that plagues your mind on a daily that you just can't get out of your mind? Because some people, and I used to be this way, some people got that anxiety turned on full blast, where from the moment they wake up, it's in their mind suffering from the moment they wake up until somehow they can get themselves to sleep. And I feel that's, you know, if that resonates with anybody, then hey, I'm very sorry if that is what's going on, because I bet that's you know, it's terrible, you know, it sounds very oppressing, you know what I mean? But, you know, I'm speaking from my own personal experience through different programmings and different indoctrinations of belief systems and fear that they try to project into you, depending on the, I don't know, is the term, let me ask AI real quick. I do admit to using AI, but I don't rely on it, not at all. I barely, anyways, I try to think for myself. What does fervor mean? Yeah, so strong feeling of excitement, great warmth, earnest of feeling, passion, enthusiasm. That's more of it. So, you know, I have a very strong desire to learn who I am. And I always encourage everybody to try to maintain like a white belt mentality where you are always desiring to learn. And never allow yourself to feel that you have all the answers. I don't admit to having all the answers. That's why I talk to y'all too. Like, hey, sometimes, you know, I learn a lot from my collective, my Mystic Royal Collective. So thank you. It really means a lot that you are here. You know, keep shining your divine light and keep being your ecstatic, blissful self. You know, you try to be happy, there are going to be people trying to knock you down. But yeah, if there's any, the question was just really, is there any like certain theme or certain recurring trouble that seems to kind of come up in your life or anything like that? If you don't mind sharing, but it's just something that I led to ask, because sometimes we have these certain anxieties that really keep us up at night, you know what I mean? And then it just kind of like a reminder also, like, okay, well, depending on what line of thinking you're coming from, you know, I take a low from everything, but it's like, okay, well, matrix ideology or whatever, like, okay, well, how much of this experience is actually real and that we are actually, is actually legitimately, you know, or is this all a distraction? Even me having to, now again, make sure you take care of your responsibilities, and if people, divine fractals, rely on you for survival, then please continue to do those things. So just know when I say that, there's always, I think I got a text message, if anything, confirmation, but you know, it's a very complex thing, but it's like, yes, like we may be the only thing that exists, but also since the things that exist outside of us are also a divine reflection of us, we have to treat them with the love and care still, you know what I mean? And that's why the karmic price of being an asshole to people is so high because you're just doing it to yourself. Yeah. Let's see, we catch up with a chat real quick. Rest is super important. Yes, it is. Sometimes I've kicked myself in overdrive, sometimes working at a job for like multiple days. And we also sometimes have to check, depending on the industry. Like, I'm assuming there's a lot of 9-to-5s out there where you can't really do so much flexibility, or to an extent, you know what I mean? But I work in the restaurant industry, thankfully, where it is more flexible and being able to just simply release my shift, and if someone else wants to work, then they have an extra shift, good for them. And sometimes I get a nice shift from time to time where someone pays me money for it. I'm like, okay, hell yeah. So it's like a give and take, you know what I mean? But I was scheduled yesterday, but 2 days ago, I was really feeling, I don't know, something, you know, again, I admit to not having the healthiest habits myself, you know, so I admit that. However, you know that even if you dive into some little habits of sorts, I think you know what your typical baseline is. If you know, you know. There's like a typical baseline, because if you're like me, you don't really overdo any of these things. You know, I will say that the sacred flower of life, for me, is definitely something that I don't feel it's necessary. However, I do enjoy connecting with that energy, and it gives me a lot of downloads in a safe way. You know what I mean? Because also, admittedly too, they call it spirits for a reason, right? Like, you know, all these like, you know, spirits that exist, you know what I'm talking about. I'm trying to be mindful of like the AI moderation, you know what I mean? You're learning to allow yourself to rest. Please do, Kay the mom. Express your potential stilts in your head and find it hard sometimes to act on it fully. Yeah. Sometimes, personally, I feel that I can get fixated on a thing for a moment. Sometimes it's like my mind is going into overdrive trying to figure something out. But it used to be projecting that outside of myself. Now I've directed that energy, you know, to the best of my ability, more inward. So that drive has been able to kind of help me, you know. So I'm sharing this as a way that maybe could be for you too, you know what I mean? Something like that, to help yourself. Express your potential still in your head and find it hard to sometimes act on it. Yeah, so I mean, sometimes we can get in little moments where we just get so like anxious and just have to take a little bit of chill pill for a moment and just stop things for a moment, you know, with love, to the best of your ability. We should always be open to learn from each other. Yes, for sure. Be curious without judgment. Yeah. Finish this down, this coffee. You gotta get out of our heads. You gotta just take action. Yes. Okay, the mom, overthinking. I mean, it definitely can cripple our ability. But you know, at times, just have mercy on yourself at times. Sometimes it may be necessary to take a little bit of time, even if it leads to overthinking just a smidge. Not encouraging it, you know. Ideally, you want to, you know, ascend and learn. But sometimes our soul, on a deep level, sometimes we're stubborn, maybe, and it takes us some time to learn some lessons. I don't know if that makes sense. Overthinking kills action. Yes, it does. I may have to split up the lives potentially. Maybe not, I don't know. Let me get my charger here real quick. So just make sure that it's already dropped down to 55%. You know, it takes a lot of power, baby. We've been challenging and we've been coming in with this power, my love. My beautiful, beautiful mystic royal collective, baby. You're wonderful, you're beautiful, you're amazing, and you are like the best thing to ever exist. They always say something about sliced bread in America. You probably, can someone tell me that saying something better than sliced bread or something? That's gonna bother me. Let me, it's so stupid. What is the idiom about something about better than sliced bread or something? It says, oh, the best thing since sliced bread. I don't know how, I'm not gonna lie. In my opinion, since when did a fast digesting carb become one of the best things? I mean, I don't know, like a sandwich is good. You know what I mean? As long as if it's fresh baked bread. If it's this processed bread, I try not to be about it. I grew up on it though. I grew up on that, not a sponsor. Definitely not, but well, not now. You learn more later on about your health and what's toxic, you know what I mean? But as a fat kid growing up, baby, I love to get that. They had that Hormel pepperoni in Sam's Club. They would sell that back in the day. They would sell in a huge bag of pepperoni, which, you know, if you don't already know, in America, most American, I mean, I don't know if this is like allegedly, okay? I'm just putting allegedly, I don't know. But I hear that American pork is banned in a lot of countries because there's sort of like nitrates and chemicals, preservatives. You know, you don't think about these things as a kid growing up. You just eat what's in front of you and you're grateful. And honestly, the processing was a little bit less. I'm taking my medicine again, forgive me. I'm getting a charger too. But a guilty pleasure back in the day, baby, was getting that, and looking back, and I'm not gonna lie, like, if they still sold the big bag of pepperonis, I may indulge in that past guilty pleasure, you know, to bring the nostalgia, you know what I mean? And transmute the chemicals to the best of my ability, you know what I'm saying? But I would get a paper plate and I would lay it down with paper towel, Bounty, you know, quick, select a size, not a sponsor. And then I would lay out a whole sheet of pepperonis on a circular paper plate. And then I would have put a whole nother layer of paper towels on top. So I literally have like a whole circular plate full of pepperonis that I just stick in that microwave, baby. And then I nuke that for like a minute. and how much grease that you had to soak out of that, it was insane. But I try to soak out as much as possible. And then, I don't know about you, but getting some of this everyday sliced processed bread, y'all, there's something about the texture when you get a piece of the bread and you smash it in your hand. You smash it as flat as possible, so it becomes like a thin sandwich. I don't know why, but the texture of the sandwich just tasted more delectable, maybe, if that's a word. But then I get them pepperonis, baby, and sometimes we have that hard salami, boar's head, not a sponsor. Sometimes boar's head, Havarti cheese, baby, deli slice. Come on now. I'll be putting down there and just yummy. Maybe with some mustard. Oof. That's the fat kid inside me, but not gonna lie, I don't get to eat all that stuff too often, but I choose not to. It's not the best for you. Good times. Make sure you have liked the video, my love, if you haven't already. We're about to keep it going. As you see, I keep procrastinating. This is definitely a thing that happens, you know what I mean? I used to like doing the dishes and be okay with it, but no, now it's just kind of like, after a long day, you know what I mean? And sometimes you're just like, I'm craving that rest, baby. And so I'm doing these sessions as a way that maybe we can encourage one another to keep it going with our stuff, you know what I mean? I have no problem encouraging myself, but since I like going live, I'm like, well, might as well just bring you with me. And you can do your chores with me too. Might as well. Have the best of both worlds, my love. About to be back in frame here in a moment, baby. Oh, thank you, universe. Hell yeah. Let's see what I've missed. Hope you enjoyed the background noise. My voice. Let's see. Learn to trust your guidance. Absolutely reflect. But if you have a desire, put on your heart, learn to trust. Luna says, sometimes it's a lesson we still have to learn and get over that season of our life. Okay, the mom, trust the season is a wonderful lesson. I've struggled there. I want to be productive constantly, but if you look at the earth, even she rests for a season. Yeah, exactly. You got to remind yourself of that rest, baby. You need to think about it. About the idiom we have here. Is among sure the majority of our choices are good, but not be so restrictive or oppressive. Continued, says Kate the mom. I have the same energy right now, but it feels heavy, but almost like we are being called to rest at this moment. Yeah. Maybe tuning into similar collective that got this kind of stuff. How about to ask you what's the music you listen to? Oh, yes. I really like electronic music, y'all. And that is something that one day I will learn to master in the future. But yes, I do like to do that. I haven't made the music yet, but electronic. Kashmir, KSHMR, not a sponsor. That's one of the electronic artists I like to listen to. He has a lot of also spiritual influences, with East Asian, like Hinduism and different deities and stuff, which is very interesting. So I like those involvements, but it's also a lot of it's very sensual and it's very primal in a way. One of the songs that I really enjoy, check it out, not a sponsor, is called 7 Days of Freak by Kashmir, which is KSHMR. 7 Days of Freak by Kashmir. Really good song, yeah. Kind of gets that little freak out in you, baby. You know what I mean? If you tune into your sensuality, tune into yourself, you know what I mean? And yeah, it's nice. It says here, I'm sure it's a majority among us that have the same energy right now. Feels heavy, almost like weird. Yes, I was about to ask you that. Perfect. Yeah. I'm very grateful for the music ability that I can do with this. Again, I admit AI generated music in the background, but for me to be able to have the freedom to use it any way I want because it came through my own prompts and my own tuning it. Yes, I get the vibes going, baby. You know what I mean? The other commercial free stuff it's not that good. It's overused. All the chakras open wide, baby. Yes. Down that coffee, baby. Okay, the mom says, just open the music. Music is wildly important. There's a lot of little hidden programmings and influences put in a lot of music. So I understand, Oh, I gotta set this charger thing. It says, just open the music. Music wildly important. It can absolutely set your energy. Be careful. Okay, the mom. Oh, baby, I'm good. I'm good, baby. Make sure you like the video. I think everyone, I see someone coming in. Welcome, everyone. I'm gonna grab my charger. They already have it. Not yet. Come in. One moment, please. I love these. You'll randomly see throughout my different setups, if you follow my channel often, I have various, like, my place is set up as a mini studio. I'm not even joking. Like, I have, like, it's my beloved sanctuary, but it's also my life. You know what I mean? And what I desire to do is to be here and interact with the Mystic Royal Collective, you know? Because you're wonderful and you're beautiful. And we can all grow and thrive together, my love. So thank you for continuing to tune in. Moment, please. Got this. It is my day off, yo. I am enjoying it and trying to allow myself to relax. Self-care is very important, my love. I think I worked like 7 days straight or something. I don't even know. Baby, I'm tired, baby. You gotta make sure you give yourself some rest too, baby. I think I slept so much. It's more like drum and bass, I guess, is my thing. I love drums, like the heartbeat of music. The first thing would have been drum, just rhythmic tapping moves your energy. I do like stuff like that, actually. Yeah. Have you ever been to any ecstatic dances, collective? Have you been to any beautiful ecstatic dances? I just produced some new songs. I'm gonna start playing them. Let's see what happens. I've kind of had to learn with the social media stuff, with the AI stuff. They also detect like consistency. So I do change up my music and stuff, but I don't know. I kind of, you share with me. I don't know. I kind of like the vibes and what I'm kind of like vibing right now. You know what I mean? I like that fantasy. I like that mystical vibes. You know what I mean? I think we're all. Yeah, listen, tell me how it is afterwards. I'm curious. Allow yourself to groove it, to move it. We're 2 likes away from pechugazo de pollo. Pechugazo de pollo, amigo. Puro pollo, sí. Puro pechugazo de pollo. In my opinion, like I envision like a pechugazo realm where it's like just like a Pokemon realm, right? Where like the Pokemon say their own name and that's like the only thing that they technically say, but they're saying everything by just repeating their own name. You know what I mean? You found your own workout. Hell yeah. That's good. Yeah, no, I like that. It's very sensual. Oh, yo, let me put it in the chat here if I can. Luna, you gotta listen to this one too. Is it gonna let me comment here? Oh, I don't know how to do it right here. Huh. Let me see if I can tune in on my other. This is how I'd be keeping track of things sometimes. I tune in into one of my other accounts just to, because I'm my own moderator, you know what I mean? So and I think that's the only way I can witness the chat from a different device. Noise. Yes. All right, so I'm gonna put it in the chat here. This Mr. Jive Tide here, there's a couple of dance things on there already, but this is the you'll see. I'm gonna put over here. Oh hey, this one you gotta listen to. This one, especially as a divine feminine, my love. You as a divine feminine, I'm sure that you would like enjoy this. But to me, it's like I envision like I'm interacting with like a divine partner of sorts, but even with my own central energy too. So check that out, Mr. Jive Tide in the chat. Welcome, yo, the only moderator of the house, which is an extension of myself. Thank you so much. Yes. Search that song up. It's nice. Hope you're good. Evie! Yo, Evie! Make sure you like the video, baby, if you haven't already. If we get to 2 more likes, I promise to do some kind of Petrigasso weird shit dance or something like that. Just kind of free flow ecstatic dance randomly. So we get to 2 more likes, that will unlock the... Oh, we got 9. Perfect. Okay, I got a little karaoke box here. Welcome. I love that. Yes. Yeah, so listen to that one next. Sounds something like that, but with a woman singing it. Oh, I gotta be careful with the lighter. Ah. Yeah, I even... Kay the mom, yeah, keeping me on track, baby. I see you. Feel that sage cleansing, baby. For everybody coming in and Evie, feel that cleanse. 1 like to go, yes. And then when that happens, that means they're gonna have to pause the dishes again. Ooh, oh, oops. Haha, oops. Oops, okay. Gonna have to pause the dishes again. I've been through 1 fork and 1 spoon, so I think that's progress. We're already about an hour and 20 minutes into this, baby. Hey, but you had a little history lesson earlier, or a little cosmic lesson, so, you know, integration of everything, baby. I always put this disclaimer, we're oracling. This is the new common trend, it should be, which is just living your life and integrating divine guidance into it. Yes, because everything is a divine reflection of ourselves and has a message for us. Luna says, hello, K. You just reminded me of this. Look, let me see. You said K, he said, every kiss begins with K. Those commercials back in millennial times, those K Jewelers commercials. If you're in America, you know what I'm talking about. They have these commercials where like these couples, they'd be like, and then they'd be like getting on the knees and doing the whole proposal, and then it's like, and then they're like, oh yes, and then they'd be all, and they all getting into each other, whatever, and then they end it, it says, every kiss begins with K. Yes, something like that. You know what I'm talking about. Tapping into flow, good, bad, all just ideas. Yes. Okay. All right. Focusing here, y'all. You're getting serious. Getting serious. Not really, but trying to. Yeah. I'm having fun with y'all, though. Thank you so much for hanging out with me. I think it's just awesome. Let's see. I've heard that my whole life commercials barely exist for me. Yo, commercials back in the millennial time used to be awesome. They put some little theatrical effort into it, you know what I mean? What a time to be alive for us millennials. Yeah, Luna? We age like fine wine, baby. We age like fine wine, and I'm not gonna lie, I'm a little concerned for the future generations. The chemicals have been chemicaling. The chemicals have been chemicaling even more in the mass food supply. Allegedly. But I feel it's accelerating certain aging, and like, oh god, I feel so bad because like some of the people, it can't be helped, you know what I mean? If it's in the school, what I don't know. I remember the sketch pizza I used to eat, sketch chicken sandwiches, then learning later it's just a pocket filled with like but I enjoyed those things back in the day, but thankfully I don't know. I'm grateful though. I'm robust. Fuerte, locking in, you know what I'm saying? Yes. It's frequencies too, yes. They're swimming in nasty frequencies from birth. I mean, some people, I'll say. Sage. You can tell I'm really like, I'm really procrastinating this shit, baby. Put in the chat, are you a half full or half empty kind of person? Not a sponsor. Shout out to the Night Elves, World of Warcraft fans out there. Yo, if you know, you know. I used to be all into that. I still have an account. If I had the time, and maybe if you want to see any content like that in the future, I would love to make time like some streamers do. God, I love that game. It was I was a knight. This is where like, baby, I kind of like, this ties into my spiritual journey to an extent, as crazy as it sounds. Hear me out. But I was born and raised Christian, like for like 3/4 of my life at the time of this recording. And well, first of all the gatekeeping and like the restriction of knowledge that was not accessible to me at the time, especially growing up. And I got into video games, and it was like this fantasy, and it was like, you know, I always kind of like to be by myself. Like, I was Virgo, so I naturally kind of like my own energy. I was comfortable in that. Whether it was beneficial, it would have been nice to get into more reading. Growing up, I didn't like reading. Yo, I like to have my Game Boy, baby. And that was my tablet. What is a tablet nowadays? That was my tablet back in the day. But thankfully, it didn't access internet or anything like that. It was just the cartridges, you know what I mean? So, you know, I was grateful. See, when I said I was kind of spoiled, I was grateful. I was able to have every iteration, even if like sometimes I worked for it, you know, doing chores or whatever, you know what I mean? What a beautiful time to be alive. All the evolution of the tech. Maybe I had the original brick Game Boy. I had the Game Boy in the pocket. They said, stick it in your pocket. You know what I mean? The commercials, you know what I mean? And then they had now Game Boy Color. And then like, wow, now it's color. And then what was kind of cool is now there's the Game Boy Advance right after that, if I'm not mistaken. I'm considering just the US models that have been released. I know Japan has their own releases. I had the Ice Glacier. Oof, that was awesome. I had that. And then Legendary Machine came out where you didn't have to use batteries. From the Advance, you had the Game Boy Advance SP, clamshell, built-in light. They released a brighter version later of a brighter light. But anyways, that was revolutionary. You can get rid of the batteries, save the batteries. You know that you were a gamer back in the millennial time when you were happy to receive a pack of batteries as a gift for Christmas, as one of the gifts. Like, I'm telling you, like, you're like, oh, the amount of extra gaming I can do now with all these batteries. It's just a great time to be alive, you know what I mean? It's still a great time to be alive, my love. Nasty frequencies from birth. We didn't have Wi-Fi and we didn't. We also didn't have a lot of cameras in every single corner of the earth too. I'm grateful for the connectivity, but at what cost? Yeah. I don't know. That is for you to decide. I can't. We knew how to read a book without asking ChatGPT give a summary. I mean, critical thought is an endangered concept nowadays. Critical thinking is on the decline. I think that's a safe thing to say, and it's pretty obvious. A lot of people are not able to read by the time they get to high school. You know what I mean? I've heard it's more happening. I don't know. But, you know, I think those are divine lessons, respectfully, for everyone to have to learn, because I can truly empathize what it's like to live in their generation, and especially during a time when perhaps you were cut off from certain social contact for a moment. If you know, you know. That's all I'm going to say on that. But it's just like, I can't imagine growing up during those times. So I'm trying to be as empathetic as possible to my future generations that are going to also change history in their own way. You know what I mean? And it just may, even if we don't understand it, you know, we're just transitioning to a different time, just like when we transitioned, when we started using computers from day to day. Some people had different mindsets of like now being more internet focused versus real life. You know, so, you know, with love and grace to everyone else, and it is their own divine journey to figure out on their own, I feel, even if we don't understand it. You know what I mean? We knew how to read. Okay, I'm ever optimistic. Yeah, it's good to be optimistic. I can't be anything else. Wonderful. You gave me Capricorn vibes, but Earth sign, so fair enough. Beautiful. Make sure you like the video, everyone. You're beautiful. You're wonderful. If you haven't subscribed, make sure you subscribe. Get 500, almost there, subscribers, baby. Okay? Capricorn vibes. I'm an Earth sign. I'm a Virgo, my love. So, yeah, that Virg gang, baby. That's why I look so young. Being a millennial, baby, I look so young. You're beautiful, you're wonderful as well, my love. Your whole card is fire, baby. Fire, basically, you said. Okay. They want to program sheep, not thinking that exactly. They remove anything that cause us to think for ourselves. Yes. I mean, the school curriculum, to be honest, after I graduated from high school, I didn't feel any of that was really useful for anything, really. With love. Planet maybe. Hey, what's going on? Planets. Do you associate with any planets more than others? Anybody in the chat want to put that on there? Planet, like the video, there's a little dancing coming. Yeah. Potentially, yeah. If we get one more, yeah, exactly. Petrogasa, I just have to go like off cuff and just kind of like on a whim and whatever. You know what I mean? I've gotten through a fork and a spoon almost an hour into this session here, but I don't know about you. I feel I'm having a good time. I hope you are as well. Feel free to come and go as you please. This is not intended that you feel locked in. This is anything but locked in. We are locked in like into ourselves, but you having the freedom to come and go as you please, like a wolf pack family, baby. You having that wolf energy. You know, sometimes you need to take a little lone wolf time for yourself, you know what I mean? And sometimes you be by yourself and you be doing that low low growl howl, like, oh, it's so majestic hearing that live or hearing it online. And then obviously when they're out in like all together in unison, then they're all together and like, oh, get chills, baby, chills, yes. There's more oracling than dishes, but I'm here for it. Yeah, I mean, I'm Mystic Wolf Oracle at the heart of it, baby, but I'm also a human being too. I try to make it as chill as possible, you know what I mean? Just make it a hangout sesh, you know what I mean? Try more confirmation for my feelings of energy. How's it really? Elaborate, Kay the Mom. And if you're still here playing it, feel free to continue chatting with us. I'd love to hear from you. Where are you tuning in from, potentially? Okay, which way to start first? When you have like a whole mountain of dishes, my love, I'm not gonna lie, it's pretty overwhelming. That's why all this is staying off camera for sure. Hell nah. Hell no. Oh. So be forgiving over yourself and trust yourself to balance with discipline and forgiveness. Yeah, yin and bang, baby. You see that pin on me, baby? Yeah. Yeah, no, I don't shame myself. I just, I'm in a process. I need to remove some excess physical clutter in my space. Note to everybody, by the way, when you're trying to help your loved ones furnish their place or get extra little things like that, keep in mind that they may be acting on people-pleasing tendencies to receive these items, but when they move into their actual place, they may not actually have all the space for all these things, and now they have a bunch of clutter. Admittedly, at the time, I had given into my people-pleasing tendencies, and you know, with love, I was like donated and given all these things, and while yes, I'm grateful, they're beautiful things, at the end of the day, I'm one person, and I didn't really need all this stuff. And now I'm stuck with a lot of these things, and now I gotta make time. It's my own fault. I'm, you know, being accountable, you know what I mean, is my own fault for at the time, but I was working on what I knew. So this is where we, you know, like you said, forgiving yourself and having grace on the self. I gotta wipe this water, make sure it doesn't soak up in the technology, you know what I mean? And just keep it moving, my love. You know what I mean? We're gonna make little mistakes and things. It's just what's gonna happen. You know what I mean? Temperance process, yes. Sort dishes fastest drying, then. Oh, okay, I see. I don't have too much cutlery right now because, admittedly, I don't really cook right now because cooking procures more dishes, and it's something that I'm trying to lessen, so I'm like, shoot, you know, so I try to go for some of these, again, that's why I admit some of my eating is not the healthiest, but hey, sometimes we go through them times, baby. Nothing wrong with that. About a week ago, I had lives I demolished some ramen, baby. Yummy. Yo, that sounds, wow, props to you. You know what I mean? That's why you K the mom. That's why you proud, you know, proud. You should be. That sounds like quite the task. I have no kids, no girlfriend, no pets, no nothing like that. I live by myself. I'm proud of it. I love it. It's helped me on my spiritual journey. But not gonna lie, as anyone, just like anyone, sometimes you got them times where it's like that companionship sometimes outside of yourself feels nice, even though it is, you know, an extension of yourself. But then you find other outlets and everything like that. It's like, okay, hell yeah, baby. Keep it rolling, baby. All right, now we're working on some cups. I got some cups action right here. Do y'all hear that hum of this light fixture in the background? Put it in the chat if you do. Look at this. ASMR. Working at the car wash. Oh, so you do hear it. Is it very annoying or is it chill? You let me know. I'll turn off this light if it's too much. Just might be a little dim. But if it's kind of rattling your ears, please let me know. Try to be respectful. I don't know how it sounds on your end. You know what I mean? With the music and everything, so. Y'all got any, I can see a few people in the chat. Kay, the mom, Luna, one other person here. Y'all got any, I mean, I can't guarantee anything, but maybe I can see if there's any kind of question you want to put out there and see if you get anything. You may or may not, I don't know. Yo, glad to have you, Planet Maybe. I like Gemini and Scorpio as energies. According to astrological charts, apparently the Scorpio energy is one that is technically my more compatible sign as a Virgo. Scorpio being a water sign, I believe. And then Cancer is also a water sign. They typically make very great like friends or people, at least for a Virgo, when it comes to like other ventures and things like that. I'm in my 40s, started young, and they are amazing humans. Happy to know the world has more awesome people. Oh, thank you so much, Kay the Moon. Children teach us a lot, as all relationships do, I suppose. That's valid. You know what I mean? Thank you for sharing. You know what I mean? Yeah, I mean, perhaps it is meant for me to have that myself in the future, to have a family, whatnot, but I'm not sure. We'll see what's gonna happen. My life is very simple, and I'm at much peace right now, but I'm always open to occasional cosmic entanglements, even if it is for a time. If you know, you know. Feel the sage cleansing. Yo, not Vivian, how you doing? Show me necklaces? Yeah, you want to give me a like, and then I'll activate the Pechugaso dance for everybody so I can get that out of the way and remove any potential nerves that are within myself of doing that. So like the video, baby, and make sure you subscribe in case we get disconnected. Share my live with anybody you know. Oh, God. I see it. Thank you so much. That's awesome. Mystic, what about your divine counterpart journey? I'm just kind of trying to, I'm not focused on trying to get a relationship or anything like that myself right now. I'm open to connection personally. I always say people want to reach me out personal on Instagram. It's the best way to reach out to me. But yes, I'm not really, I'm not focused on that myself. But I would try to help someone in their journey based on my experiences. Because I'm kind of right now in a zone where like the less distractions, the more like divine knowledge I'm receiving. Show me the necklaces? Yes, not Vivian. I will show that to you, yes. What do you know, what do you think about parallel versions of reality? I think it's like a compound lessons even more. Yeah, I'll touch on that real quick. I feel that, first of all, anything that like like a video game, kind of like our mind is built with a certain engine where we have the ability to produce and manifest with every thought and every subconscious thought and anything that we want to experience and desire, because we are simply experiencing ourselves because we want to. And that's the core of it, but even we just don't know that yet, not all of us. So the parallel versions, I mean, I feel that whatever incarnation you have chosen, there's only going to be one essence of Planet Maybe in this life. Just like there's one essence of Luna 111X, you know what I mean, and one essence of K the Mom. And K the Mom, yes, thank you. Everything is for a season. Sometimes, there are parallel realities. I feel that maybe we alternate and make different decisions, but on a cosmic level, before we came here, I feel that we did kind of choose to learn some core hard lessons that, well, you may have variation in choosing how that comes out for you. You'll have to sort on which ways you want to experience hard lessons. And this is happening in real time with that divine connection with your oversoul. That's what I feel. But yes, there are definitely that Merkaba energy is you tuning into that. That's your like consciousness vehicle, I feel, of you being able to tune in and wow, the like decrease. So I guess 86ing the Pechugaso, that's crazy. Wow, interesting. I said something triggering, but hey, triggering through healing, that's fine. What about parallel? But yes, we are essentially, even what you see on the screen, your mind is manifesting these things out in your mind, and essentially a way to teach yourself lessons. So non-attachment to any timeline or idea. Yes, I try to aim for the highest growth of all with all my intentions. Exactly, my love. Exactly. All right, we're going to continue, my love. We're going to continue. I don't know what happened, that disappearance on that, but we're going to keep it rolling. It will come back in full force. I think I've seen it say one chat while they talking to at least 4 others. Okay, interesting. I'm still gonna do it, I feel, just like when I get the actual 10, then I'll prioritize that. How about that? That sounds good. Because I really gotta get through these dishes too. I'm trying to be mindful of everyone's time too. Yeah, sometimes there's probably, and I can't really say the word, but roboto, if you know what I'm talking about. Maybe it's okay to say fancy like that. You know what I mean? That try to come in and mess with things from time to time. Maybe, I have no idea. I don't know how to take this. In a way, it was also like, obviously, just know, collective, I will never reach out to you first. You have to reach out to me. You know what I mean? Whether it's through a comment, directly on the channels that are officially mine, but I found out on Instagram that while they put a totally different person in a different reader's face, they put my supposed name. And I was like, wow, that means I'm hitting some traction somewhere enough for them to try to use my name. But I'm grateful. One of my co-workers, they told me about it and I reported it, so got that out of the way. But just know that I will never reach out to you personally. If you want any personal contact with the Mystic Wolf, you gotta come to me. You know what I mean? Yeah, it's wild, Luna. Hope it doesn't, but just an error. Yeah, that's okay. Everything's meant to happen the way that happens. Yes, it happens sometimes, like you said, okay. I'm still learning the algorithm as well. In general, men as a whole, and just keep it real with you, this is not being any which way, but we have a harder time gaining that view count. You know what I'm saying? So, sometimes it's not always about the thirst traps, you know what I mean? If you know, you know what I'm talking about. And then some of these other like spiritual, like some of these other spiritual like guides and stuff like that. It's like some of the content, like granted, I'm not gonna say that my stuff is completely like, I mean, I'm not gonna discount my own stuff, but you know what I mean? I just would like to see some of these content creators that I've seen change it up a little bit instead of doing some of the basic things that I see them do. That it's very obvious it's based off of their appearance and them getting glammed up, and it's just like, yo, like it's like that stuff is very oversaturated, and even as a guy, as a straight male, I'm like, yo, yeah, like you look beautiful, but like I'm not gonna lie, I'm tired of seeing a lot of this like mindless content that's not really like providing anything useful, but for like attention and validation clicks in the guise of spirituality, which then I think makes it just, it cheapens it. But hey, I'm beautiful, so hey, I'm not I'm very blessed, you know what I mean, for the way that I've been blessed, you know what I mean? So I'm not taking that, but if you know what I know, if you know what I'm talking. I'm just trying to call out some of these people because this is flooding the airwaves, and it's very basic and it's BS in my opinion. But hey, it works for them, but it's unfortunate that it works because it provides no substance or very little. Now, some messages have popped in at the right time, but you know what I'm talking about, you know. Let's see. I'm trying to open my own channel here in Europe, but it's so difficult with the algorithm. Just keep on going, Luna. That's really honestly the only thing. Like, you know, I'm just being transparently honest with you. You know, I'm not to the point on my channels that I can say that I'm some guru or anything, you know, no. But what I do know is that you need to keep going. You do need to just keep going. And that's why, like, I'm allowing myself to go on these extended lives like this, and I try to make it a very open, and hey, you can come and go as you please, and you know, you may get some things, you may have a little laugh, you may have a whatever from time to time, baby, you know what I mean? So but yes, just keep on rolling, baby, keep on uploading, you know, try to be as not controversial as possible, and that's why I don't do politics. I try to keep out from that. Because even some of these spiritual concepts that I'm talking about, they're already controversial in and of themselves. So, you know, we ain't trying to like poke the bear intentionally with some of these people. You know, yes, triggering induces healing, but you know, some people need little daily doses, and they need to like have it like spoon fed, you know what I mean? Just depending on your level. And this is just in no way, shape or form shaming anyone for everyone's at the same level if you really allow yourself to believe it, you know what I mean? But just, that's when you have to allow yourself to believe that we are all working together, you know, in the first place, you know? Yes, keep on going, Luna, 111. I always liked the 1111s. It's always been a beautiful, you know, to me, it's like a reminder to me. Everyone has their own interpretations, but their own interpretations of like you're on the right path. You know what I mean? Genuine content isn't getting pushed because it doesn't benefit their interests. Well, I mean, the AI stuff is very big right now. And admittedly, like I have other side channels and things like that that are not like known yet, but you know, where I'm experimenting or will be, or you know, I'm not gonna put all my stuff out there, but you know what I mean. I'm kind of learning about that stuff too, and why this stuff goes viral the way that it does. And there's different ways. There are ways to make legitimate content. So I have seen, and I'm learning from certain content creators that I would consider to be a perfect blend of human involvement with producing something visually that is truly pleasing to the eye, you know what I mean, and not just slop. I think there's a difference now. Like, it's so, we have to just face the inevitable. It's here and it's happening. So now let's give it to those content creators If you don't want to call them content creators, that's fine. Some people say if it's AI, but if you want to produce genuine content, you do have to put some level of effort into this, even through your prompting and things like that. So I'm learning some of that on the side, but this right here, baby, Mystic Wolf, exception to the music, AI, but produces the vibes, and I'm here for you, genuine, my love. Plus now it's all on TikTok. I mean, I try to announce my lives on Instagram and TikTok, but as a one-man show, my love, I'm gonna focus here on YouTube, get myself to this 500 and try to just work from there and see. But I mean, YouTube is very, it's long-term, it's very flexible platform. Everyone has access to it, even if you have no social media. So, use it for research or learning. And I learn a lot. I'm not gonna lie, that's how they kind of trap you, unfortunately. You like Twitter and YouTube, or now X, right? Vanity is not really giving spiritual. Planet maybe, what do you mean by that? Vanity is not giving spiritual? Yes, we were talking about the mindless content that people be doing. I think, is that what you're referring to, I'm assuming? Well, the ways that they do it, especially because like this, you'll see it's just like a few letters written on there for like 20 seconds, and then I don't know. It's just very repetitive. You know what I mean? I wish that people would change this stuff up for a little bit. So true, Mystic. I've had Instagram on communication. Some readers can't read nor channel, but still, I mean, I also had my learning curve back in the day. You can learn in, I try to keep all the old videos, and I'll continue to release more from the archive because, some of the lives that I didn't get a chance to make public back in the day, I'm gonna take a look at them and stuff like that, and they may be released. But some of the very original content, like I didn't want to show my face for the longest time, my love. But I mean, I don't know. I just felt later on it's like people are like craving more authentic connections, you know what I mean? And I mean, human interaction, it's, I don't know, all this is on the decline compared to even my millennial time. I remember even camping, having a glamping, if you want to call it that, where we were able to have an extension cord. My buddy had a sizable acreage with some horses, and we camped in his backyard. Each of us had a $5 Hungry Howie's pizza, not a sponsor at the time, it was $5, with a flavored crust and a single topping, pepperoni, mi amor. And they had, back in the junk food, Yoo-Hoos and Fantas. I like the gray Fantas and the orange from time to time, baby. Maybe throw in a strawberry from time to time, you know what I mean? That junk food, playing Xbox 360, I think, is what we had. I think we had both, but this was the 360 with Halo 3. We played the campaign at times, but it was the multiplayer. No screen watching now. That's such a good time, y'all. And then we all passed out from all the sugar rush and everything like that, and then woke up to the horses trampling around right outside of us, doing their morning exercise in the field. As a kid at the time, I was in high school, y'all, and I was like, wow, this brutal, majestic beast like roaming outside, right outside our tent. Maybe, who knows if they crash into the tent? That's what I'm thinking, you know what I'm saying? Allow everyone their own journey and timeline, exactly, Ask to be guided to show in the highest possible way, yes. Exactly, you're on the right path on YouTube. It's better in terms of creating community, yes. And again, try to limit and try not to be controversial, ideally. There's some, politics, you want to stay away from that. The algorithm is really pushing hard on those contents, and there's a few others that you just want to kind of stay away from. But authentic content, I think anything tied, even if it's not showing your face, something that is authentically an expression of you, and just, that's a good start. So yes, human interaction is dangerous decline. That's just terrible. But yeah, I connected. Yes. I mean, I do like my alone time now. I think I'm finally caught up in the chat. I gotta drink some more water, y'all, for sure. Crazy. Anyways, to continue on this. We're almost 2 hours now. Oh, look at that. Someone liked the video. Slowly doing my chores. Just as I was trying to start this. All right. Put some little likes or love in there. Are y'all ready? You want to see this pechugazo de pollo? Pechugazo de pollo stuff. Washes the pet bowls now. Yeah, thank you so much. Oh. I'm going to, there's already some that I have already in queue that I've made pechugazo. Make sure you continue to like the video past 10. Maybe we can unlock other challenges, okay? Hello, hello, hello. Can you hear me? Can you hear any of this? Is a karaoke microphone affecting the experience, or is this okay? How are you feeling, yo? You good? Talk to me, baby. Talk to me. Talk to me. Talk to me. Does this sound good? Ooh, I really need to eat something for sure. It looks like deceiving. There's an appearance of a subject, and there's reality too. Okay, yes. Oh, for sure. All right, let's see. Is this one I want to play? All right, here we go. We're gonna get some pechugazo action up in this month. Right here, baby. Here we go. Pechugazo, 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 pechugazo de pollo. Pechugazo de pollo, pechugazo. Pechugazo. Pechugazo, amigo. Share it live if you want to get the vibes out, baby. Come on. Pechugazo. Oh. Hold on. Gaso, pechugazo, pechuga. Pechugazo de pollo, pechugazo de pollito, pechugazo de pollo, pechugazo. Ah, we firing up in here in this. Pechugazo, pechugazo, pechugazo de pollo, pechugazo de pollo. Pechugazo de pollito, pechugazo de pollo, pechugazo. Pechugazo, 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 pechugazo de pollo, de pollo, de pollo. Pechugazo de pollito, pechugazo de pollito. Did it show the message hopefully? Pechugazo de pollo, pechugazo de pollito, pechugazo de pollo. Pechugazo de... Ah. 배추가수 배추가수 돼 보여 배추가수 돼 보이자 배추가수 돼 보여 I'm gonna change it up a little bit. I'm gonna change it. I hope you. I'm getting a workout here, baby, too. They're hiding something to you. I mean, maybe, but I respect privacy. I hope it showed that message there, playing. You're like the big pechugazo. So, a lot of that's very uplifting, pechugazo. Pechugazo de pollo. I don't know about you, I feel that energy, baby. Yeah, I feel that energy, my love. But sometimes you gotta get into like the dark aspects, baby, of that pechugazo. And we all have the private world trust is earned. I'll throw in a little bonus here for you. We'll do some, I call it shadow. Let me see, make sure I don't misquote it. Loading, focusing, dark union, pechugazo. Let's check it out together. Gonna reactivate the sage cleansing here, baby. We're 2 hours in, my love, yes. You go make dinner, it's almost 7 p.m. here, beautiful. Luna, thank you so much for joining in. Hope you enjoyed everything. Sage cleansing on your way out. Have a beautiful day, my love. Okay? Thank you for vibing with us. Share my love with anybody, my live and my profile, anybody you know. Luna 111, wishing you, bid you farewell on your journey, my love. Okay, the mom, thank you so much for sharing the love as well. Take care, Luna. Now we're gonna be transitioning after a few of this officially. Ooh, this is actually pretty hot. Real talk, that's why I fold it up. Because it get pretty humid. Nice chat with you. Thank you, Luna. Pechugazo de pollo. Positive energy. Yeah, that's very hot. There. Already with the own steam that I am emanating from my own body. Anyways, you know, my love. Yes. This is some of that dark pechugazo up in here. Thank you so much for having fun with the little quirks and random aspects of the Mystic Royal Collect, other concepts that I'm working with. Good job on getting us to 10 likes. Who's left in the chat? Talk to me, baby. Who's left in the chat? Let me get some more water here. I'm gonna mute this for a second here. Sage is really good. Put some incense version. Oh, you got some incense version. Hell yeah, Planet Maybe. Glad to have you back. Had to get some water. And then I was also like, my water machine sounds like a different sound. So I try to be mindful. People trying to know I ain't trying to be no any which way. But it's a Archean water filter. It removes all like microplastics apparently. It was a good investment. Makes the water taste fresh, baby. Straight from the tap, filtered. Yeah. Sage really good. Yes, making food and washing dishes, yes. Behind and alive. You're good, Planet Maybe, we're chilling. You missed some Pechugasso action earlier, potentially. Oh, here's the hat, yeah. Keeps the hair out of my face a little bit. Which kind of evolution do you like? Whether that's your name, potentially, right? Or do you just like the Pokemon Eevee? Let me know in the chat. Make sure you like the video too if you haven't already, Miss Eevee. I think you probably did anyways. But yes, thank you. I love you. You're wonderful. My favorite was a Vaporeon. Oh, for Eve. Wow. Beautiful. I'm gonna play this one here. Let's see. Ah, here we go. Little change up here. Deep ethereal vibes. Yeah, that's I love the mystical, I love the magical, and I'm trying to normalize magic. I feel that should be something that everyone should ideally aim for, whatever that means to you, but we are energy, which is magic also. And you know, I miss like the whimsical, well, I can't really speak directly, obviously I haven't lived in those times, but maybe I have in a different life, or I feel so pulled to those energies, you know what I mean? Yo, that'd be a good t-shirt. Let me know. I try to get some merch, but I need at least 500 subscribers, I think, before I can sell merch. Someone in the chat tell me, or if you have to be for sure part of the partner program. Well, I think you may have to be regardless. I'm not sure how it works, but I see some of the other streamers that be really working hard. They be going on live for hours, baby. So I'm like, you know, shoot, you know, they reaping their rewards, you know what I mean? And also just makes it more relatable. You know, when you upload a video, a pre-record, then obviously some people wonder about if there was any edits or any cuts or anything like that. And for the forensics in the doing the video that are keen and checking out to see when people may have cut things, you know, I rarely do that, but very minimal. And maybe because I'm usually adding another scene to provide more context or clarification, but most of I try to save myself energy, because doing a bunch of edits is just insanely exhausting, you know what I mean? So I'm like, if I can just trust that whatever comes out on the whim, on the first try, even if it just resonates with one person, that's all that matters. You know what I mean? And if that encourages you to make content for yourself, then I hope so. If you feel that's your vibe, that's not for everybody. You know what I mean? Yeah, that kind of merch, normalized magic, kind of maybe, the color scheme would be similar to the Mystic Wolf logo. That's kind of dark ethereal fantasy. That's kind of like, and there's some shirt makers that make some very premium top quality cotton t-shirts. I don't know, but we'll see. I need to see how all that stuff works. If you want to work with the Mystic World Collective and potentially help bring these things to life, consider supporting the channel on the Buy Me a Coffee link, or just the best thing that's free is just sharing my channel to other people. Getting them on board with the Mystic World Collective if you feel they vibe with it. Don't force it though, you know? Hashtagging, normalize, manage. Yeah, baby. Beautiful. Do that. I love all this. That's why if you want to find all my secret channels, hashtag Mystic Royal Collective in your preferred social media platform. I would say YouTube / Instagram would generally have more content just available. Okay. Those are usually the ones that are, I will say they make the platform very easily accessible. TikTok, yes and no sometimes. It's a very hit or miss. And yeah, I'm not gonna, it's a very hit or miss. So I don't know. But obviously you have so much attention span to give in one day. You know what I mean? I do have links in the description, K the Mom. I have a buy me a coffee link and I have a Zelle link. ZelleTag ID is mysticwolforacle. And then I have a buymeacoffee.com/mysticwolforacle. Please check it out in the description. It should be there if you want to consider supporting the channel. No pressure, okay? You know, you're wonderful, you're beautiful. To me, the exposure long term is going to be very beneficial to me being able to get things from sponsorships and things like that, which then would even relinquish, you know, I don't ever want people to feel pressured to, you know, you got stuff that you got to take care of too. Make sure you take care of that first, you know what I mean? And if there's anything extra or anything that you just want, okay, that's up to you. I never ever want my collective to feel pressured. So I just hope you know, in general, you know what I mean? Because even now I fully trust my divine guidance. My love has brought me through so much stuff, you know what I mean? So, oof. But that's how we share and potential growth lessons with one another, potentially, you know what I mean? Yeah, thank you so much, Kay the Mom. Yeah, you know, whatever I feel compelled that I feel that would be relatively acceptable and not, while still being my authentic self, just know obviously, you know, there's certain parameters. You gotta be careful with the moderation and not intentionally accidentally flag yourself, you know what I mean? Because spirituality goes deep in so many different aspects. Yeah, thank you so much, Planet Maybe. Yeah, I try to. It's not always easy, you know what I mean? Trusting your guidance. Let me disconnect this. It's fully charged now, thankfully. Yo, it's definitely not easy, yo. Because sometimes your guides or your oversoul, God, whatever it is that you're vibing with right now. One moment, please. That sometimes they're guiding you in unique avenues in your life, but then ends up having like some kind of purpose later on, and even if you go through certain like hardships or whatever, and it's like, dang, you know, once you start giving into the flow state and trusting your internal guidance, then over time it becomes a little easier, and then you start to realize that yes, there are divine fractals and some agent smiths that are out there that we are interacting with or whatever. Take what resonates and leave the rest. But it's very empowering when you remember that perhaps all that exists is you. So focus on you first. It starts with you. And I know I sound repetitive on some of these messages, so please forgive me. But sometimes it's easy to get into like little societal pressures, you know, where like they make you feel like you have to abide by a certain narrative or anything like that, and a lot of these things are just distractions from keeping you from your tuning into what truly matters for you. What's on your mind right now, collective? Talk to me. I'm curious. I'm all ears. I don't know how long exactly I'm going to do this live. I don't want to. If you're vibing, then let me know. Perfect. But I also try to be mindful of everyone's time, and I don't want to feel overly repetitive either. You know what I mean? I try to trust that too, even if I'm not finished. I can continue this on my own time still. Have I? Okay. Thank you for sharing that. Sharing all the messages you've been feeling. Excellent confirmation on the path I've been procrastinating. Sometimes that divine path is very hard, especially when we're very comfortable in certain things. Hard to get. We're afraid to let go of certain comforts that are probably just weighing us down. Confirmations you've been procrastinating. Yeah, so just ripping the band-aid off is just what came to mind. Yeah, it hurts. And sometimes it's very quick. 8 of Wands energy coming to mind. Sometimes it's quick and it hurts and then it stings. And it's like, gosh, what the, you know what I mean? And then you maybe have a little bit of, you know, residue or whatever, and I'm trying to keep it mindful of the auto AI moderation, you feel me? But you know, you rip a band-aid off very quickly and carelessly, but then that's the fastest way sometimes. As a chaos magician, that I would identify with some of those traits. Like sometimes for advanced acceleration, you're willing to choose to go through a quick surge to just kind of cut a tie and get it over with, even if you feel kind of down for a few, you know what I mean? But it's like, baby, you're tired of this vampiric pool that seems to be on you by these energies of these people that maybe never truly cared for you from the beginning. You know what I mean? It's real and that's beautiful. Thank you so much, Planet Maybe, you know what I mean? A lot of love situations can be painful too, you know? I was thinking about jumping in the pool. Ooh, the pool sounds good. Springs, I've been itching to go to the springs. Maybe I can one day bring the collective over to the springs with me. That'll be on a separate journey when I make the time. Trying to save on gas. Everything's so expensive. When you raise the ethanol content in the gas, that means that the gas burns faster, and that means you have to pump more gas in the chamber, baby. You know what I'm saying? Oh yeah. Do you resonate with? I do. Thank you, Planet Maybe, for putting that out there. I do. You know, I have to be mindful for actual like official shamans. You know what I mean? And I don't know how it works. I'm putting that in quotes because like I feel that I have had ancestry in my past lives, and even in my own incarnation here have had like genetic lineage from those ancestors. But I do understand that considering oneself an official shaman, there are respectful practices and things that they go through, and a lot of deep official. So like when I tell people, I just want to never discount that level of effort that they put in to get that official title. But I do definitely resonate with those energies. For me, specifically the Heyoka shaman, the Heyoka shaman empath archetype, I do resonate with those energies. Whether I'm technically allowed to just, well, I'm a cosmic being, I can say whatever, but at the same time, me being mindful and respectful of the culture that I have yet to experience firsthand on my own, you know, I'm not going to, you know what I'm saying? I just want to be, you know, because that's a sacred art in and of itself, you know what I mean? I desire to learn firsthand from actual shamans You feel me? So I'm totally open to that. White belt mentality, baby. I want to learn all this stuff, you know what I mean? While still being myself. Very important. You know what I mean? Oh, we did enough of that. Okay. Yeah. I hope that answers your question. Yeah. I resonate with the Heyoka shaman, which is known to be that archetype that is known to be like a disruptor. So I tend to trigger the heck out of a lot of people based on my, wow, you hear that? That was, wow, baby, that was thunder right now, because we talking about powerful shit right now, right, with this music coming in. We talking about very powerful shit right now. And hey, the shamans be in touch with nature, baby, and sometimes they get in touch with the elements. I can't say with proof, but like, I feel that certain rituals and certain things that I have done, just within my own bubble and my own energy, and I try to be mindful of not having it affect anyone else in the collective. But I have noticed some energetic shifts at times during the times maybe I have done a cord cutting or seeked assistance from divine deities for assistance with cutting these ties on a root level so I can move on with my life respectfully with love. And I always make sure in any intention or ritual that you do, seal it off with love. You don't have no hate. If you have any kind of hatred, then you don't want to be doing these kind of rituals, because like you don't want to be projecting any negative things even on accident. You know what I mean? Yeah, I trigger the hell out of a lot of people, and I've come to learn that that's part of my path as a healer and as a sacred disruptor. 2222 right now on the video recording timer. Thank you so much. And I also associate with certain archetype of the dark empath, which I think is more, if I'm not mistaken, is the one that like sees and is very observant and sees a lot of feels these darker emotions that these people are masking behind themselves, because they have been through some horrors themselves through growing up, where they had to learn dark psychology as a way of protecting themselves from narcissists and people that trying to cause them harm. You know what I mean? Like, that is a sacred archetype. I feel that, you know, you have the capacity, like you learning some of these traits from like dark aspects and dark energies. You learn that as a way of knowledge and protection to protect yourself from these things. And you know, I feel that the people that are on my channel have developed a certain level of strength to not let those things corrupt you, knowing that you have the capacity to do these things if you really wanted to, but you choose not to. Keep your heart clean, you said. Yes, I mean, again, remember, everybody has their own, and it's just have to be very mindful that there are certain belief systems that in their everyday life, some of their practices are very harmful to other people in certain walks of life. So remember, morality is based on one sense of upbringing and so many different factors, baby. So just, I always try to say, ideally, you want to try to stay in your own lane and try not to affect anybody's path. That's the least karmic route. That doesn't mean that it's going to be easy, but there's less chance of you accruing karma for yourself needlessly. You know what I mean? If that makes sense. Why do you want to keep repeating the same lessons over again? I don't know about you, but I'm tired, Grandpa. I don't want to keep doing this stuff over and over again. I'm tired, baby. I'm ready to keep on moving, baby. You know, respectfully, when it's my time to go, it's my time to go. And you know what I mean? I have tasted the other side for a few moments throughout my life, some operations or whatever, and you know, it was a cosmic experience. And I did myself experience when I went under for a moment of a divine, like matrix, like not matrix, like it was more like if you're looking at like those Virtual Boys console where it was a red outline and it was just a bunch of lines that made up images, that was kind of the vortex, a spiral like vortex that I went through, but it was like clear lines, really, maybe a touch of green, but it was a lot of, I think it was the black and white lines. And I went through this like funnel, and ironically enough, when I went on the other side, I was looking at first person view. Thank you for the like, whoever liked that video. I love you, beautiful. In case we get disconnected, make sure you subscribe. It helps the channel, and share my live with anybody you know. I love you. We're doing some dishes, and just hang out with us, and as long as you can, and listen in the background, and getting some oracling in the background. Oracling is a casual form of oracling. I just said it twice, but yes, it's all love. Hate dirties the heart. Got no time for hate, but we have to allow ourselves to still feel these dark emotions from time to time, because sometimes we'll pick these up from other aspects in the collective. I'm not saying that it's going to be easy, but I'm just saying it. Sometimes we pick up on these extra energies, and maybe it's for a way of being able to transmute these energies for the sake of the collective, you know what I mean? Because you have experienced the energy needed to overcome these challenges, and to put that energy out there for your family, or, you know, after you fill in your own heart. Tell me if you can still hear me with all the noise, okay? I try to be mindful, okay? This microphone does pretty good at channeling my voice, but I still try to, I don't know how the other noise gets picked up. So, yeah. For me, that was something that I had to try to figure out. Like, there's truths in everything, right? And, you know, at the time of this recording, for 3/4 of my life, I was born and raised in a Christian upbringing. And so then I observed my Jewish roots with Messianic Judaism, and then now to where I am now, like into the spiritual astrology and all this, and then now just free, you know what I mean? Yes, we can transmute it, exactly, so synced, baby. But I was like, there's still a lot of symbolism that exists in like these scriptures and things like that, and I had to try to figure out, because I feel personally, I'm gonna turn this down just a little bit, I feel personally that these entities that existed, like Jesus and Buddha and whatever other masters, right? They were here to like teach at the core of it. It was like ascension in consciousness, you know what I mean? And becoming that celestial fire and becoming one with source. And I feel that was like the true goal of a lot of his teachings that were just buried down. But for those that were not ready to hear it, because a lot of the philosophers back in the day, they said things, and a lot of them were hated and everything like that, because they were triggers to people. There were things that went against the norm for them, you know what I mean? But then so many bright minds later on, like now tune into these philosophers, and they find truth, and people start awakening to certain ideas and certain concepts, you know what I mean? I don't know where I was going with that necessarily, but oh yes, higher consciousness. So I was like, okay, well, let me try to, and again, trigger warning here, for entertainment purposes only, take what resonates, leave the rest, okay? But I was trying to figure out, I mean, what symbolism comparison can I relate the whole the crucifixion in that scene, right? And what can be represented in symbolic, because you know there was a recorded, known way that that they prosecuted criminals or whatever like that, obviously there's other belief systems that say that it was all symbolic, and that he moved to Egypt, he got married and everything. So again, there's a lot of different extracurricular texts, but I'm thinking of the symbolism of that experience, where they say that he took up all the sins and everyone's sins, you know what I mean, through him. So I'm like, okay, well, first of all, the Christos is a consciousness, is a type of, in my opinion, it could be another name for unity consciousness within the self, of integrating the yin and the yang, baby, within the self, that divine masculine and feminine energies within the self. And that's how you achieve your godhood, you achieve your status as a divine creator, you know what I mean? So like me trying to figure this out, I'm like, okay, well, the sins that he had put upon himself for the sake of everybody else, I'm like, who's not to say that potentially that could be symbolism of, since we are all collective consciousness and the goal is to transmute, like you said earlier, we can transmute it, K the Mom, that our goal as a collective consciousness is to transmute, because energy can either be created or destroyed, only transmuted. So that means you transmute these sludge energies, that even if you dispel energies and cleanse one person, you're still putting that energy back into the collective pool for someone else to deal with. Now hear me out for a moment. I'm like, so this kind of makes sense to me in a way, logically, as the Virgang mind, baby, the Virgo, baby, where it's like, okay, well, maybe that symbolism of him having tuned into the collective mind, and he was powerful enough as a sovereign being, having remembered who he was, and he got stronger and stronger with more collective shadow, sin, whatever you want to call it. I'm telling you, this is my way of like interpreting like the symbolism and the parallels that I feel exist. You know what I mean? And I'm still learning, but it's like he was able to experience, when he went fasting and everything like that, he was able to experience and all these aspects of the collective consciousness, and some were not comfortable, some were the shadow elements, but also there was a lot of growth elements in that, I would imagine. So to me, that's like the symbolism of like taking the sins upon the self. But that's, again, anything you can do, I can do too. I think there's a verse somewhere in that, and again, I don't know everything about every single verse, but I dabbled a decent amount growing up, 3/4 of it, you know what I mean? But I don't know if that makes sense, but to me, like, there's a symbolism in everything that exists, you know what I mean? And I'm like, wow, to me, that was a pretty eye-opening way to like, and I hope that ignited something in you potentially on like, showing a level of empathy even to those that you don't necessarily adhere to their beliefs, but also understanding that in a cosmic way, the truth is trying to shine to them still in symbolism, but they have to be ready and aware enough to know it. And that's why some of these people had to I feel that some teachings had to be wrapped in stories and things like that, because if they didn't, the bluntness triggers people to the point where sometimes they would get threats and stuff like that, you know what I mean? Just research it, you know what I mean? So I'm very grateful we live in a time that, granted, I'm not saying that everyone is immune, that's why I try to keep it as least controversial as possible, because I know some of these concepts are in of themselves very triggering, but I try my best to stay out of drama and politics and all this kind of stuff, because those things, they really put, they really put a lot of certain undesired, and that's also very matrix focused personally, and I'm not really trying to focus on this realm not to be disillusioned, but also we already have so many things vying for attention, telling us that this or that is important when it probably is not. You know what I'm saying? So lessen the distraction, focus on the self. Lessen distraction, focus on self, baby. I feel that's just a good starting thing. I appreciate you for sharing openly. Yeah, whatever lessons that I have been through that I could potentially, I've also been through my fair share of relationships, and if I can help anyone in that in any way, I don't claim to be the master and I'm also speaking from a man's perspective too. You know, but I've been with my fair share of toxic to semi-toxic people, to some very genuine souls. You know what I mean? My first love, in fact, it was a long distance, and while I was in high school. She was the same age as me at the time, and she lived in California, and I lived in, you know, the eastern part of the United States. So this was back in the day, baby, when minutes ain't free. The only time you got free minutes, even for US calling, was if you had unlimited nights. There was unlimited nights and weekends. So if it was after 9 p.m. on both sides, then you'd be able to chat for free on both ends. So I met someone, and she was my high school sweetheart. Never met in person, but we had one webcam session later, after we both graduated, when we had the ability to do so, and we're adults. You know what I mean? That was the only like actual contact that I had with her. But it made it very genuine, because it was very emotional based, and that was probably at the time. I mean, granted, I was in high school, so I can't accurately say that I knew what was going on, but I broke it off with her. We had planned on getting married, but I broke it off with her because our parents didn't agree with the relationship at the time, and she had her own plans for college and all these things, and it was potential that support would have been, now, I can't guarantee because I didn't go through with it, but I felt that for the sake of both of us, we needed to figure things out. And I kind of go with the mentality that if you love something enough, you must be willing to let it go, and if it's truly meant to be, that it will come back to you. And it hurt, but, you know, I felt that that was the right thing for both of us, because we were still young and dumb at the same time. And I'm grateful that I had a certain sense of wisdom at that age, when I was graduating from high school, to be mature in that, and to allow her the freedom to explore her own pursuits without potentially being affected or weighed down. It could have been we had a very beautiful relationship, who knows? But I think everything was made and it happened exactly how it was meant to happen. So whoever you are out there, if you happen to see this, if you know who you are. Wishing the best. Well, yeah. Having a deep emotional bond with someone is very, to me, that ignited my, I've always been attracted to women that were very intelligent, that I could have because I always felt that I was an old soul growing up. I was homeschooled for elementary, and you know, everyone has their own opinions on that, but I think actually for me, I was very advanced in my curriculum for my grade. It really helped me out whenever I decided to transition over to public school, right? But you know, I always liked more chill vibes, you know what I mean? And I always felt like an old soul, you know what I mean? Like talking about very in-depth topics. Yeah. Well, thank you so much. You say spiritual, not religious line. Feels like Summer by Weezer resonates deeply in my mind and soul. Perfect. Yeah, it's a little iterations over time that I generate different and try to experiment. I'm making some progress here. Thank you so much. And if you're still chill here with me, let me know. If you think this is repetitive, let me know too. No hard feelings. You know what I mean? If I'm due for a break or not. But I'm kind of enjoying myself and allowing it to roll. I'm enjoying the conversation with you, my love. So I hope that you are too. Whoever's still left in the chat, paying me. Hopefully you're getting things done on your end too. Make sure you ain't procrastinating your chores, baby, or your dishes with love, even with my put me on audio maybe. You know what I mean? Put me on audio only. So you can make sure that you focus on your tasks too. I know tuning in at different times also, I know some people be coming in later. So they be coming in from different countries. Did you finish your dishes? Come back to check in? Oh, you came back? No, I'm 1/3 the way through. Crazy, right? I'm not gonna show you the pile. It's really not that bad, as in like, I make sure that I scrub the dishes off before I put them on predominantly, and so it lessens the potential pests or anything like that. But no, not done with the dishes yet, still rolling, baby. I don't know why it takes me so long, but also because I'm just vibing and talking too. Whew. Y'all ever collective, y'all ever get that kind of like sudden wave of nausea just come out of nowhere sometimes? Like lately, y'all, I don't know if you feel something in the cosmos too, baby. I heard something about a Lionsgate portal, maybe. I have no idea, but I've been feeling a little under the weather the past few days, y'all, that I just felt the need. I need to take the 2 days off in a row from working like 7 days or so straight. And baby, I'm just, let's all share in collective energy and healing amongst one another. Just sharing, I thought I wouldn't remember my dream. Yo, please share, please, Planet Maybe. Yo, let's integrate more. Anybody want to just chat and bring up topics, please. I try to keep it ideally to spiritual topics or questions, witchy questions. I'm glad to answer all that stuff. I think that'd be great. I'd be glad to share. I don't claim to know everything, and I'm learning, but I like to share what I learn. You can tell I talk very philosophical, and frankly, sometimes I feel I talk too much, but whatever. But yeah, share your dream if you have it. I'd love to hear your thoughts. Oh, hear my thoughts on the summer. Is that what would you say? What do you want to hear my thoughts on? Did you say something earlier and I meant to say that? Talk to me, Fluffy Fufu. Love to hear your thoughts. Oh, just in general, I think you're talking about. Thank you. The movie Beautiful Mind just came to mind. If you ever seen that, it is a wonderful movie. At the same time, you know, just definite caution. Just, you know, with love, and I say this with just as much sincerity. Just make sure that when you decide to tune into different astral realms and different entities and things like that, nothing wrong with that, and nothing to fear. In fact, you must not have fear when you decide to dive deeper into the void and you know, interact with some entities that are waiting to share some divine knowledge for your healing, you know. But make sure you have that tether of sustaining the vessel, so you maintain that balanced connection. So right now I'm feeling kind of like this wave of kind of like nausea, so I'm gonna ignite some sage cleansing again. Make sure you're staying hydrated, baby. Let me view this message. Why did it you paid taxes? Well, I'm definitely hiding that one, and I'm gonna I definitely put you in timeout. Bad collective. Bad collective. Sending those negative energies back to you, baby. Kick it, Jack. You ain't vibe with the vibes, get that out of here. With love. Exit stage left, baby. Exit stage left. You see that? What a crazy. A message recently for me is set intentions or protection before there's a war going on, for sure. Yeah, for sure. I just had to kick somebody out or mute somebody because they're being an asshole for no reason. And like, Jack, get the out of here, motherfucker. If you don't, with love, you don't agree with that, get out of here, bro. Come on. To each their own. Live and let live, baby. Oh, okay. Yeah. Okay, perfect. Is it easy on the wrist? Let's see. This war going on for sure. Send tattoo the arm and said life is easy. I don't know. Life is as easy as you make it or as hard as you make it. Can we transmute it? I think we just did. Oh yeah. Transmute that baby. See, hey, why when we talked about, listen to this. Like, yo, for those that are still in the chat, I literally, what did I just talk about? I talk about this like wave of like nausea feeling just come over, and then we had some little poser, some little douchebag come in the chat trying to be an asshole right at this moment. Now we got that person out of here, and now I don't know, it's feeling, we transmutation, baby. Get that out of here, baby. Flame alchemist glove be disintegrating that with love. Send it out of here. Send it out of here, baby. Some can't let others live. It would mean facing themselves, yeah. Because they're triggered by authenticity, because you're being more authentic than they will ever have the guts to be able to, because they're wearing a mask, they're posing. So they're gonna naturally, as you get closer to the sun, it's going to create larger shadows behind you, which means more divine fractal haters that come into your vortex. But again, remember, aspects of yourself just trying to test you to see how strong you are, baby. That's what it is. Not sure, maybe it will be. What would be? Continuing, I think we're on a good track right here. That was a nice little pump. It's good to still have the boundaries, baby. It's good to have natural, healthy boundaries with some of these people, some of these haters. But remember this, though, transmuting those energies, even the haters, good or bad publicity, they still talking about you. They still sending energy in your direction, and whether they want it or not, whether it be your ex-partners, whether it be people in your life that be hating on you or whatever and trying to down your vibe, they still you're taking up space in their mind. So rest assured, if you have the capacity as an adept magician that you are, transmute that energy, baby, from to a sense of power. You feel me? Kay the mom, what are you reacting to? I'm curious what you're talking about. Did I say something? But I figure it's not like exactly literal. What do you mean? Don't come mess with those loving and living for themselves. You only get burned, sizzled. I mean, I send everybody off with love. Even that person being a douchebag, I send them off with love. You know what I mean? That's what we're talking about. Trust your energy. Yeah, trust your intuition. You know what I mean? Yeah. Again, that's why I put it for no expectations. This is the chill sesh, baby. Playing it, the digital ID will grant access to an easy life. I mean, I kind of question how long we're going to even have a lot of this digital infrastructure, to be honest, because it seems very Ouroboros, self-consuming in the end. If you know, you know, but you see so much media talking about this out-of-control advancement that, depending on your views, could either make you think it's you know, just don't attach yourself, but it's good to be aware that these apocalyptic things that you sometimes hear, there may be some truth to it. There's a movie that just recently, now you're able to find it, but for a while you couldn't find it. It was based on the AI intelligence called, I can't remember the name. It was back in like the 70s or something like that. In fact, I think, you know, again, not getting into politics, but one of the billionaires is making a AI center, and they're naming it after this movie that existed. It was a sci-fi movie. So someone help me out if you know what I'm talking about. Not Prometheus. Someone help me out in the chat. I have the movie, and wow, like I could understand why it wasn't available for a time, because it shows a lot of like potential dangers of, you know what I mean, stuff getting out of control, you feel me? And I think they still left it very open-ended in the end or something. They need that flame to change. That's the real transmutation, or rather transformation. Yeah, I mean, it's just some people don't want to feel the burn right now. They want to procrastinate the inevitable burn, not physical burn, but just a renewing of the way you perceive life and live from day to day. You know what I mean? That kind of thing. Forging through the fires, like Phoenix energy, you know? So, yeah. Wow, it's so crazy. Still, this is how important your intuition is. Sometimes you can sense some of these toxic energies trying to swoop in and try to affect your vibes for a moment. You know what I mean? Sense it before it happens. I think y'all seen that in real time earlier. That's real transmutation, rather transformation. Yeah. Procrastinating the last of the dishes by walking the dogs now. Okay. Oh, you taking a break from the dishes? Yeah. If you said you had 6 kids, wow, that's a lot of dishes in translation. I don't know. My family used a lot of paper plates growing up, and then later on we learned that the paper plates, confirmation with the thunder, we learned that the paper plates also are not really the healthiest, because there's also some, you know, wax liners and things that are in there, and especially if you be nuking that in the microwave like I used to do, admittedly, then it's like even more so. Try to keep it stovetop, cast iron. Prometheus stole from the fire. Help him in and forge in fire. I don't think it was Prometheus, but I think that is also another AI thing, or I forget. It's been so long since I've seen those kind of movies, but it's gonna bother me now. I'm gonna look it up real quick. I need to step off here for a moment. Okay, I think I'm about to find the disc cartridge here. What is it? Universe? What is that called? Oh, I'm just gonna look it up on my my history. Let's see. Okay. It's Colossus. Thank you. You know, I had to get more sage too. Colossus, the Forbin Project. It was a movie. It's an old school movie that talks about this AI that ends up going like rogue with another one, and it's just for its time, it was pretty advanced. Yo, it was pretty crazy. And I could see why at the time it didn't really make sense for them, because they didn't really have the AI technology back then, you know. Forgive me, I'm gonna step off, take this prescription here. They didn't really have that kind of technology, so it was ahead of its time. But now more than ever, this is very relevant. So, not a sponsor, you should check that out. It's an interesting movie. Colossus, yeah. So, yes, baby. I hope your day is going swell. How are the dogs? What kind of dogs you have? Okay, the mom, was that you that said about the dogs? What kind of dogs you got, my love? My mom has a Shih Tzu Poodle mix, and just a Shih Tzu, and then has a cat, and you know, chickens, and you know, she's blessed to have some yardage to be able to have these animals have a free roaming ground. Excuse me, but I love that dog. Since I used to live at home before, dog is so attached to me, but I would never separate it from its other pets, sisters, cousins, cousin chicken, cousin pechugazo de pollo. You know what I mean? Oh, I had to step off for a moment. I probably got to get some more water here, y'all. I'm feeling a little just, sometimes you working straight, baby, especially talking a lot. You know what I mean? Gotta stay hydrated. I'm glad to be here with you. I feel like I'm getting a mild workout, just kind of rambling. What's the funniest thing that you've ever heard in your life? Put it in the chat, yo. What's something very funny? Try to keep it ideally, let's not too controversial if possible, because, you know, respective of other collective. But yeah, do you ever make any random noises? Any random try to be silliness? Do you ever have the craving to, but then you feel like other people gonna judge you for it or something like that? Sometimes you need your own little sacred space to just let loose and be your wild self, baby. Be your primal self, whatever that is. And that also could be tied to some sensual energies that you could put for yourself, you know what I mean? An act of self-love, self-care, whatever that means to you. Got more sage in the building, baby. I'm about to come back here in the frame, catch up on the chat. Thank you if you already are in the chat. If you haven't already liked the video, please, it does help out the channel. And share this live with anybody that you know that's just down to vibe and chill, and just shoot the chat, you know what I mean? And sometimes some similar messages, real talk, be happening from past days. Sometimes it's something different, you know what I mean? So, but hey, come and go as you please if needed, okay? This is a safe place for you to be yourself, okay? So I want to encourage that. So I'm so glad to have you, my beautiful love. So, yes. I have to step back here in the frame. Un segundo, mi amor. Mi amor bonita. Do you speak any languages? Beautiful, lovely. Do you speak any other divine languages? Yo hablo español, mi amor. Yo hablo español. Y inglés también. Half Costa Rican, baby. Shout out to my fellow Los Ticos, fellow Costa Ricans out there. I get told I look Italian also. I'll go for that too. They beautiful people too. Luna, you Italian, right? That what you said? You still in the chat? Beautiful people y'all have too. You know what I'm saying? Beautiful collective people in all parts of the world, okay? Cheers to you as I take my medicine, dear love. Thank you so much. Dear beautiful. Okay. Getting back serious again. Where's my water? You're a rolling stone. Well, the image that just came to mind was like a stone rolling over like a cliff and like going down, 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 and then smoothing themselves out by the time they get to the bottom or something. Uh-oh. Let's see, what is this? Okay, so catching up here. Prometheus stole the fire from God to help humanity. Okay, and it was eternally punished. Forged in the fire, baby, yes. We still out here. How are you? Why did it show this one? I guess I understand why they try to auto-moderate that, but she's talking about the dogs, I think. Hi, divine beings. How are you? Shalomar in the chat, baby. I hope you're doing fantastic. Make sure you like the video if you haven't already. I'm glad to have you. Shalomar. Planet Maybe. I do speak another one. Yes, what do you speak? I'm Rolling Stone. Just listen. Yeah, I always encourage that. You put me on listen, too. You don't have to watch the screen all the time. You know what I mean? In fact, I want you to get going on your chores, too. And if there's going to be any vibe, just chilling for you, like you're hanging out with me in person, you know what I mean? Let's try to mean it like that, you know what I mean? I eat only AAA, oh wait, yeah, I eat only AAA food. What does that mean? Still we are beautiful people, beautiful people. Exactly, confirmed by that thunder. You hear that, baby? Beautiful people. Or just listen while tending your chores. Exactly, baby. You locked it in 3 times, I see. Right now, you've been on here the longest. Thank you. Lithuanian. Oh, wow. That sounds like it would be a beautiful sounding language. Thank you for sharing that. I'm going to continue here now. Japan is one. I really want to go to Japan. Hey, 3 hours in. Congrats to us. Thank you so much for those that are around. Come and go as you please, however you feel needed, because I can go on forever. So I don't ever expect anyone to be here forever. But if you want, hey baby, that's beautiful. More watch time. It helps the channel. So you know what I mean. That's why I feel these the lives probably help. Woo woo! Yeah, yeah. Thank you, Shalimar. The more 500 coming right up. Then you know, I don't know how the rules work, but I think that helps unlock some super chat or something, not sure. All these things help out to do even live questions maybe later, or do some kind of format, something, you know. We'll have different, you see, I'm starting to become addicted to coming on live here, not gonna lie, because it's like just a hangout session with my lovelies, my beautiful, you know. So and then having the come on, thank you, having the just chill vibes music in the background helps too. Yeah. There's I work in the restaurant industry, and there's this one I worked at this place for about 6 years, restaurant that I should not name. It was a good restaurant. I had a good time. And it was, for the time, it was profitable for the time that I worked there, and it got me my first bartending experience. But there was one guy that worked there. He was a dishwasher. Dude was crazy funny. He was hilarious. He was an old school guy. You know what I mean? Like, you know, one of those people that really have no care in the world. and to some people it's cringe, but I'm all silly, baby. So I'm like, I'm enjoying this stuff. And then he'd be doing one of these kind of things. He'd be doing like, you know, because if you work in the restaurant industry, if you know, you know, you got to say for safety, you got to say right behind and all these things, whatever, you know, corner in, corner out, just for safety reasons. This guy, the way that this dude would say is so crazy. Let me read this. Sorry, I thought we were cult people. I mean, I eat only abundance things, and I'm expecting a miracle. Well, the miracle is you, Shalimar. Already, you are the miracle, my love. Remember that. Like the style, I'm still very nervous about it. Oh, about this vibe here. Lies are the best way to get watch hour. Yeah, they are. And you see, you know, these big streamers, and I don't, when you hear me mention them from time to time, I don't endorse or believe in what they believe, but as a content creator and wanting to learn the craft too, you know what I mean? It's about taking a look at some of the players that somehow found their way to the top, some of the top viewed streamers, but they have developed their own brand, their own niche that is independently their own, solidified with, granted, some political views and whatnot. But I don't know, in a way, if there's any American dream that exists, it'd be you being able to, you know, I think the safest route is just doing content like I do, just non controversial ideally, but not in real life. Not in real life. I'm gonna read this one out, Shalimar, just because the AI bots be also monitoring what I allow on the chat. So, but she's saying she's waiting for a husband because she can't herself. Yeah. Self-love, though, is still a thing, baby. Remember that. Going live yourself, go for it. Go for it. It's, you know, I'm not gonna lie, it took me I used to do a whole ceremony, not really ceremony, but like, I'm not gonna lie, before I went live like just casual, you know what I mean? Like, not gonna lie, I was nervous about it, you know what I mean? Because I was like, I'm still myself, but if you know, you know. For those that maybe it's like, you get nervous, so then you have like body reactions, so then it's like, maybe you have to use the bathroom more often because like, you're anticipating like a large like event or something like that you're not used to. But then after you do it more times, then it's just like, okay, well, hey, you know, we're just vibing. And also when you study the other content creators, it's like, well, they handle their own haters in the way that they do it, where, you know, everybody gets a kick out of it, an enjoyment out of it, you know what I mean? And just nothing is that serious. It really is not that serious. You know what I mean? And the people that try to make it something a lot more serious than what it is, then they're not suited for these vibes, and that's fine. They can exit stage left, you feel me? So, but yes. Needing a drink to understand something is pretty funny. Did I say something like that? I don't know. Well, spirits, like I had mentioned, like these different substances that are promoted out there, and by the way, very cheap to buy in large quantities, unfortunately, which, you know, I don't know, it's just so much, it causes extra damage, you know what I mean, if in excess, anything in excess. But there are ways that people, as myself, have gotten spiritual experiences, and there are different tribes that put themselves under certain states, psychological states, whether it be through certain habits or whatnot, but they do it with intention of trying to tune into those astral realms, if you know what I'm talking about. Freedom to be, do not harm others and be yourself. Exactly. Kind of stay in your own lane if possible. That's what I feel, you know what I mean? Live and let live. Yeah. I think I'm making good progress. I'm about perhaps halfway through now, getting to some of these nitty-gritty ones near the bottom half of it that have been piled up in there. What's your most hated chore, collective? To me, the most time-consuming one sometimes can be dishes if you let them pile too much. But the time-consuming one for me is doing laundry. And depending on how fancy schmancy you want to be, I don't know if you notice, collective, but I am so grateful that I have learned to be a minimalist when it comes to clothing. And for me, I gotta stain there. Okay. As a man, also even more so, I less care about that stuff. You know what I mean? So I found like the best deal ever on this Walmart clearance. You know, sometimes online they have these blowout clearance sales where they're just trying to get rid of this product as fast as possible, so they severely mark it down. So I have these shirts and I have a few other colors that I was able to stockpile like 50 shirts. So just know that you see me wear like the same thing over and over again. That doesn't always mean, sometimes it is, but that doesn't always mean I'm wearing the same shirt over and over again. I just have over 50 of these black shirts. I have over like 25, but hey, you're paying $1.55 for a cotton hybrid blend, granted polyester in there, but it keeps it from shrinking, you know? And when it starts to wear out, which it will, well, hey, I have so many duplicate copies, you know what I mean? I just pop another one open, brand spanking new, baby, fresh, at $1 and change per shirt, you know what I mean? You can't beat that. I don't know about you. Simple t-shirt, you know what I mean? One less thing to think about. So much better things to think about than all these clothes and what kind of style, you know, and just keep it simple. I try to be, I don't know. But I do have a nice few pairs of clothes, but maybe wear on occasion some cool graphic t-shirts. I had one that was it was a company that had a 100% authentic Peruvian cotton slight spandex to keep it from shrinking blend. Wow, it's the most premium shirt that I've ever gotten in my life. But one, it was a Legend of Zelda one, and another one was a like some occult looking symbols and stuff like that. It just looked so badass, you know what I mean? You know what I mean? Wow, we're nailing through these dishes, baby. I'm getting a little more energy here. Thank you, universe. Beautiful. All right. Let's catch up with this chat here. 311, 311 could be significant. So for buddy, ooh, let's see. Nothing is that serious for real. Yeah, okay, them on for real. I'm living a prophecy. Didn't you know we are all connected? Humanity is God's property. I'm his, okay. Excuse me, but it's how Christ taught the church to speak in the gospel. I mean, hey, Shalom to each their own, you know what I mean? I mean, I was very embedded in my belief system back in the day, but I've come to believe that essentially I myself am that divine presence that we ultimately seek, that we ourselves, you know, we are our own property, if that makes sense. If we truly believe, and it doesn't mean you'll find out right away, but eventually the soul is gonna allow you in a place where you can find your own trueness within yourself, even if at first it feels uncomfortable. Because not gonna lie, when I transitioned to the different beliefs that I have now of more freeing and opening myself to, I mean, not gonna lie, my body was so triggered at first because I was coming in from the heavy, deep programming of labeling everything as demonic. You know what I mean? And Lilith was one of the first energies that truly helped me to liberate myself and free myself from the chains of programming that kept me from learning more divine knowledge. And I'm eternally grateful, and I love her so much. Goddess Lilith as one of the entities and archetypes that I work very closely with. She's been very freeing and she's taught me a lot. But hey, I'm all about live and let live, you know what I mean? I have no shame for anybody. I hope you know I love you too, baby. You know what I mean? I don't like organizing overall, but I did it. Plain and maybe I see organizing. Sometimes we can be a little too nitpicky about how we want to organize things. And I don't know about you, but sometimes if I'm organizing my whole room and then I move something in one fraction of an inch that then is somehow going to be a pain to do it again, I'm like, these are times when you wish you can somehow manifest your own undo button, you know what I mean? But some of these things, some of these craft projects, like a one and done. You can be careful, you know what I mean, and be safe. Whole world I bless. Well, I'm always appreciative of positive intentions, Shalimar. You know, you've been on the chat before, so I appreciate you for not spamming the chat. And I don't think that you are right now, but I do have some people that are very passionate, and they're just just non-stop putting these non-stop things, and even straight up calling me demonic, which, hey, that's to each their own, but hey, that's their own opinion, you know. A beautiful place for expansion through exposure to, you know, that's how we learn, you know what I mean? Exposure, and, you know, we trigger each other and we learn from each other. To each their own, I agree. Yes, Elamor. You know, I love you just the way that you are, and I don't want you to ever feel, or you and anybody, I never want people to feel I'm like expecting you to believe what I believe. In fact, I would want you to question the things that I'm telling you for yourself and think for yourself, critically think. That's my whole goal. And I hope in some way, shape, or form, either through triggering someone into, opening their mind potentially to a different way of belief or mindset, or, you know what I mean? And I understand a lot of things I say are triggering, but the goal for me is ideally to be a catalyst, hopefully in some way, to invoke a certain level of healing so you can help move on from some of these things that probably, I meet a lot of people that are in they're in a pivotal moment in their life of decisions. You know what I mean? So in pivotal moments, to each give accordingly is done. I love the music industry. Long live Takeoff. I mean, there are some energies that have malicious intents, malicious, whatever you want to call it, that have these. They put certain energies that may not be as savory. That certain wavelengths in certain music does cause certain like headaches and things like that for some people. So just be mindful and just know that, all things may be fun, but they may not be, even the things that I tell people about, it may not be suited for your life journey. You know what I mean? So that's why I always say, take what resonates and leave the rest, baby. Yes. Exactly. Welcome everybody in the chat. Make sure you say hello. Hope you're doing well. We're about halfway done here. A smidge over halfway, I think. Doing great here, y'all. You can put me on audio only if you like. You can put me on audio where you can listen in the background while you're doing, like, let's all hang out and do our chores together. Get things done, be productive, you know what I mean? Wherever you're tuning in the world, maybe while you're working out, maybe we're oracling here in the background, y'all. So, you're still here. I mean, I'm not advocating for any certain forms of recreation. That's up to the person and their own conscious decisions as adults. I always say put disclaimer, viewer discretion recommended 18 plus anyways. So yeah, thank you so much for just feeling safe enough to share these things, Shalimar. I do appreciate it, because I hope I provide, even if we differ in opinion, which is fine, on some things, I hope I provide a certain level of safety to you and anyone else here in the chat to be able to freely speak your mind. And, as long as we're all respectful, we can all potentially like share for one another, which at times it's triggering at times, for some people. Thank you, Shalimar. And as you notice, I always do the intermittent cleansings throughout, so I can, I'm about to brew some more coffee here. I need some like pick-me-up or something. Do I have any kombucha? Oh, I don't think so. I think I drank it all. Yes, I'm pretty sure. Did I? Wait, if I have a kombucha, no way. I don't think I have a kombucha. Come on now. Do I have a kombucha? Yes! Oh, God. Fuck yes. Sorry. God damn, it'll fizzle down. Oh. I'm a kombucha freak. Baby Shalimar getting off here. Thank you so much for tuning in, Shalimar. Again, free space for anybody to come and go as they please. Planet Maybe, yes. Oh, I'm a kombucha freak. I love kombucha. Not a sponsor. This one is decent. 221 kombucha, BC, whatever BCT is, organic though, baby. Mango / some flower, dandelion or something. Still good flavor. Ooh, that's refreshing. I think I need it more than. I might take another coffee, but it's bringing me back now. Grab your beverage of choice as we finish off here. Whoever's still here, thanks again, of course, Shalimar. Yeah, it is. I usually get it when it's on special. Usually it's on some kind of buy one, get one special in my local, this one's a corporate chain, but if you know, you know. If you're in the United States, if you got a Publix, anybody, bye Shalimar. Thank you so much for tuning in. You're wonderful, you're beautiful. Stay positive, stay yourself, okay? And I'll see you next time, okay? But Publix, where shopping is a pleasure, they say. You know what I mean? But you end up paying extra for that pleasure for sure, because the prices there also are a little bit higher. Some things though, you got to go for the BOGOs. You got to go for the buy one get ones. You got to go for that. And that's how they get you back in the store. All these weekly changes in buy one get one special is a good marketing, and they put it right in front of your face too, right when you walk in. Ideally, you want to stick to the healthy route. You want to stick to the outskirts. If you don't already know this, you want to stick to the outskirts of a not restaurant. Stick to the outskirts of a supermarket, because that's usually where they have all the fresh produce, fresh meats, and also, I mean, they do have the processed deli section usually. But get yourself a quick sandwich. You know, I love that stuff from time to time. Got that boar's head Italian, baby. That's delicious. Get some of that hard salami. Got that pepperoni. This capicola ham or something, I think it's called. Wheat bread. You get it on special. My phone switched off when you said that. Have a good day, my love. Shalimar, you're wonderful. You're beautiful. Yeah, that literally right when that happened too. You said your phone switched off. And the music switched off too. I gotta continue it. Give me one segundo here. Oh. Thank you so much, everyone. Everyone here remaining. Who's here in the chat still? And what you up to? I know you've been confirmation, bro. You've been like chilling in your own auric field and energy. You doing some chores on your own too? You vibing it, my love? What you doing here? We're doing some good cohesive effort here, you and I. You're helping me get motivated and stay motivated to nail out my chores and my dishes, baby. So thank you. While still doing what I love, just being here with you, baby. Ooh, that was the lamp. Hearing that hum. Do you hear that hum in the background? Sounds like a nature, like crickets for a second. Ooh, ouch. Try not to look in the light directly like that, you know. Here we go. Let me bring back some of this sage. Forgot to grab it on the way back. I kind of live in my own little hermit cave. Those resonate with my zodiac sign anyways. Thank you to the sacred incense. A former buddy of mine, both proud card carrying members with the medical, have her own whatever, but we used to call it like divine sessions of sorts. There's so much cosmic insights that can be had, my beautiful love. To each their own. And I'm not a doctor, and I don't advocate this. Everything entertainment purposes only. Sayla, if you're still in the chat, feel that sage cleansing, the ultimate cleanse, my love. Yes, baby. Grab your favorite beverage. Kombucha here, my love. For those coming in, if you vibing with the vibes, you haven't already, like the video, it helps with the algorithm, please. share this channel with anybody that you know that likes a splash of Orklin and everything. How many wives does that average? I don't know what you mean, big dog. I'm just guessing. I guess you're guessing as much as all of us, right? Thank you for interacting. Make sure you keep it respectful. I got everybody else, you know. I might have intermittent times where it's just chilling with the vibes in the background. Hopefully you're having a great day wherever you're tuning in from, my beautiful love. Kay the mom, oh, you're still here? You just popped in, maybe. I agree, Mystic Wolf. Love to Jesus, but my own connection to God is incorruptible. Hey, I always tell people I embrace everybody's walk of life. You know, as long as it's not one that involves affecting someone else's free will negatively. You know, I'm open to that kind of stuff. You know what I mean? I mean, there are also some toxic ideologies that exist, so we just also gotta, you know, watch out for certain things that could be detrimental. You know, I think that's always a good practice, anyways. Be mindful and respectful of your fellow man, fellow woman, person, whatever you want to identify as. Over halfway through now, I got these big dishes here. But I feel that that he was a ascended master. Jesus was an ascended master, someone that had achieved the ascension, and he was like one of many examples to have existed throughout time, or what we know as time, that had a very eye-opening and transcending teachings that were meant to help us to empower ourselves to unite back with the source on our own accord. Even though that is contrary to the mainstream belief that we are somehow beneath and not worthy, which is a very dangerous mindset to self-impose on yourself, immediately diminishing your power. Just think about that for a second. Keeping it real, right? Yeah. A lot of programmings that exist that immediately expect you to diminish your own power in saying that it is somehow through a sense of martyrdom or self-inflicted sacrifice, but for the sake of something that may or may not truly exist, which you may not know until you're already there, right? We are all gonna find out together in the proper time, is what I feel. Again, you don't have to take my word for everything. Think for yourself, my love. Continue to be you. Just continue to shed love and spread love, but just don't forcefully put your stuff on other people like that, you know? Wow, we're making good progress here. All right. Fuck yes. Hell yeah. Welcome everybody coming on in the chat. Wow, we've been having some good time on here. Wow. It's a pretty long session, but I'm determined to stay live until I finish this whole stack. So I'm like, this has to get done. It's been itching at me, and I'm like, yo, like, this is a good way to do both at once. I get to be here live with you, spreading whatever message come through, and have an ultimate chill session, trying to have a little happiness in your life. little more vibe in your life, a little more free flow, tuning into that jester energy. Full energy from the tarot just came to mind. Yes. Hope you're enjoying all the ASMR with all the water in the background and everything. So grateful I had a little bit of that kombucha left. Oh yeah. Put in the chat how you doing today. Hopefully, if you didn't already say, hopefully you're doing great. How's that dog walk? Hey, the mom, was it good? Good. Yeah. All right, now we're getting to the bottom now here. Yes, such a relief. Any questions y'all have, like spiritual questions or witchy questions or anything like that? Tarot question maybe? You know, don't claim to have all the answers, but maybe something. I'm all open to some level of question. If you have any, yeah, just share it in the chat, y'all. Whoever's left here in the chat. I know I have my few stalkers out there that just kind of listen and that's all chill too, you know. All right. Yes. Get into it, baby. Yes. Might have to shift. I'm gonna shift my camera over. I'll be off frame otherwise. Let's see. Wow, 333 on the clock, baby. What does that mean to you? That was a very prominent number in my my last relationship, but unfortunately, she did not have the best experience with that set of numbers, at least for a time. With all love and respect, you know what I mean? I have to whip out this next thing of soap here. Wow. Ooh. Okay. I have to break out this new soap here. I think I might have lost everybody in the chat. Tell me if you're still in the chat. Sometimes it doesn't update on my side all the way. I see at the moment it showed 0, now shows 1 person. I know sometimes it disconnects, so you tell me. Surrender. This is Orklin session right now. Orklin means chilling and oracle potential divine messages while you're going on through your task and doing whatever you want. Could you see your message? Did you put a message earlier and I missed it? Let me scroll up here for a moment. I don't necessarily do direct questions in the chat, but depending if you have like a spiritual question, I may entertain it. Who knows? All right, auto moderation on here, so I gotta keep track of all this. Let's see, could you see my message? All right, no worries. Well, hey, have a beautiful day, okay? Hope you have a beautiful time no matter where you're coming from, okay? Chill vibes here, y'all. So, what kind of question? I try to keep it not personal questions if possible. If you want to do that, reach out to me on my Instagram at mysticwolforacle, okay? Thank you so much for tuning in from India. I do have a decent amount on my Instagram, people that follow me from India. So perhaps you may have been someone that checked me out on that channel. So thank you so much. What is your question exactly? And I don't promise to fully answer, but we'll see. What is the question? Try to keep it like spiritual based, or I don't know. You tell me. For your love? Well, now just know I'm gonna preface it, okay? Surrender. If you're open to, brutal honesty at times that may come through, just giving that trigger warning, okay? Just because like part of the reason why the type of healer I am, it's very blunt to the point. That's that wolf energy, baby, So as long as you're okay with whatever may come out, even if it's triggering, just know that I only say anything with love, okay? I will wonder though, can I ask you, is when you say love, is like you're already in love or are you seeking love? It's just so I can potentially get more clarification on things. They're done for you. Good for you. Wow, you finished sooner than me, but I'm almost there though. I'm proud of myself. I'm almost there. But I'm curious though. We need to have a balance of the truth, and sometimes the truth hurts. You know what I mean? Depending on it. But are you already in a love connection, if I may ask, or do you have someone that is on your mind that you're actively speaking with? You know what I mean? That is potentially, of interest between or mutual connection. Just be careful of one-sided connections where if you're doing all the effort, you know what I mean? Can you give me more clarification on your end? Maybe I can see what things may come through, But she is not. Okay, well, I'm of the belief, personally, and this is just what I learned, and I mean this in a very respectful way, like, she's a divine feminine, right? Are you a masculine energy? I think if I'm seeing the thumbnail, it looks like you're a masculine energy. I have so much, but nothing works on my way. Well, the more that we try so hard on something, for real, the more we end up that extra, try to, forcing something when maybe she's not ready for it or anything like that. That could be a little bit off-putting. It may have an undesired effect. And I'm just speaking from my own experience because I have had attachment wounds to, feel that I need some kind of essentially was seeking external validation, whether I wanted to admit it or not. You see what I'm saying? So if you come to a point of surrender, and I hate to say, this means also taking a time out from expending so much energy on someone that's not reciprocal. If this person is not reciprocal of your energy and doesn't seem interested, In fact, that kind of with love and with respect against, again, trigger warning, but that kind of cheapens your strength, and it makes it look like you putting somebody on a pedestal. Yo, I used to do this, yo, so I'm speaking from experience. You know what I mean? That doesn't mean you treat people like garbage. That's not what I'm saying. But I'm of the belief that if you are living your divine purpose, whatever energy you associate in this life as a divine feminine or masculine, in your case, I'm assuming, yes, masculine. So, you know, you have certain things, focus on whatever divine purpose you feel with your deities or whatever it is you believe. And I feel, I'm speaking from experience, if true love is meant to happen and you really love somebody, let it go. And if it's meant to be, it will come back in some form. But once you evolve, though, you just keep in mind, as you learn to focus on your own journey, this may come to be that this person is truly the one. You come to realize this person may not be a person that was meant to be in your auric field and somehow gets removed. And sometimes a shift in your mind will just click and you instinctively just move on because you're focusing on your own purpose. You feel me? But there's strength in your purpose. If you tune into your purpose, then that makes you very attractive for all energies to come into your life. You becoming like the lighthouse, you know what I mean, and nurturing your own inner fire. I hope that helps. And I know I throw some brutal truths in there, but you know, I do try to give as much trigger warning with not censoring myself, but still delivering a message with love. And sometimes, in some cases, certain souls, it comes out a little more assertively than others, just because sometimes that's how we learn sometimes from someone with a firm truth, at least what's in one's own truth. So I'm speaking you from my own experiences, and I hope that I hope what I was able to share was useful, or at least invoked a sense of critical thinking within yourself to decide for yourself. Maybe nothing I said resonated, and that's fine too. Yeah, I have so much, but nothing works on my way. Okay, sure, we were that. Thank you so much. Okay, the mom, sure, we are focusing ourselves not necessarily what others, I think you said what others want, I believe. Yes, sir, I also have attachment issue. Yeah, the attachment, yo, that's a core wound, a shadow element that goes deep too. You know, it's hard to deal with some of those because some of that is having to bring up inner child trauma stuff. You know what I mean? That's hard. Okay, the mom, absolutely. Sure. When we focus on ourselves, we have to realize those we felt so much desire for, we're just revealing. So like, I don't know, this is not to be stuck up or anything like that, but since my breakup with my last ex-partner, and this, I guess, is just, you know, I sent nothing but love her way and towards the whole group that just kind of like went against me or whatever, but I send them with love. Everyone has their own healing journey, but the thing is that sometimes we get to a point where, you know, when I was still in my healing phase, post directly afterwards, it's like, even though I was the one that broke it off, you know what I mean? I got to a point where I could not deny my own love for myself and my own boundaries and respect for myself. So if I'm being treated like garbage or seemingly on the surface, you know, certain events of betrayal happen where it shifts in your mind, like it's painful, but then you kind of hope that there's, you know, post after that, it's like, maybe it comes in your mind where you have this fantasy of maybe if something's meant to happen, but that's when you have to allow yourself more time of separation and healing. And then when you start to evolve and learn on your own, then you start to realize, actually, I don't know if I really want that in my life. I don't know if that makes sense. Which side I need to take risk? It's good to take risks, healthy calculated risks, as long as it doesn't affect anyone else negatively in any way. Let's see. Okay, let's catch up with the chat here. Absolutely. Okay, right on. From 7 to 12, and then good for you, Mystic Wolf. You got this. Thank you, Kay the mom. Sir, I can't able to move on. I can't able to take action also. Fool, take the leap. Well, I mean, I think right now, personally, though, I think he should back off, though, personally, off of this seemingly one-sided connection, personally. Take the risk, as in risk being alone for like a few months, maybe tuning into yourself. I lost connection in the woods, but I made it back. You did, you're back here. Yeah, because sometimes we can expend so much, we don't know who we are anymore, you know what I mean? Any possibility, can you take oracle reading? I think respectfully, surrender. I think that was, I think that's probably the extent that I feel comfortable answering that, because I want you to, you know, find out. Sometimes we do have to find out some lessons on our own. The only advice, like I said, that it would be tuning into your own energy first and foremost, and maybe, because if we're not careful, at least in the United States, as a man, and to, you know, still exude that healthy masculine, we have to embody like that stoic nature and being willing to back off and then let them come to us if it's meant to be anything. We just have to trust in the universe and not worry about it. That's entering that flow state. So the more that we try to crave for a connection and like, we never want to feel like we're locking anybody down, first and foremost. So, because we want to make sure we come from a place of true love and not lusts. That makes sense. I lost connection. Any possibility? I already backed off for 2 months. Beautiful. It takes more time. Sir, Mr. Sir. With love, I'm being for real. For me, it has been since not the past August, but maybe the August before, or maybe past August, I don't know. It's been a decent amount. It's been over a year now. So, you know, you go through some restructuring of beliefs. Sometimes you tune into some things that you clarification from the past, from your own divine guidance, without you having to even seek it for yourself. Just by you focusing on yourself, you get little tidbits of mystical information that comes from your guides, that somehow through a accidental slip up of a conversation that you probably were not supposed to hear or whatnot, then you hear about certain things that you weren't supposed to hear. But it to some way, that's in some situations, that's the cosmic way of the universe allowing you a sense of clarification without having to involve yourself physically, which is why sometimes you can develop your psychic abilities more intensely by allowing yourself this R&R to yourself. I don't know if that makes sense. Well, I feel I feel the love starts with the self. So if we are craving a certain attachment outside of ourselves, we have to analyze, first of all, what is it about this divine fractal that I love? And is it something that I love that I feel it's something that I'm not giving to myself? If I am giving it to myself already, and I see that that is just something that they also embody, then that could be a shared divine like connection of sorts. But then if you come to the point where it's like forcing it, I mean, then you just got to be careful, because that it treads on like, you know, I don't know, I'm trying to be mindful of my words, but like stalker type territory, you know. I mean, I got my fair share of stalkers in my local area, even some people from my past, that I just somehow I tune into the energy and I feel they're trying to keep tether of my energy. I just have to send these off with love energetically, you know what I mean? I didn't love myself, that's the issue, yeah. Because the thing is, that kind of love is suffocating, surrender, from my own experience. The kind of love where you have to, you know, if we can't love ourselves for ourselves, then there's no level of validation that someone can truly give us to help us feel truly at peace with ourselves. Because if we can't give it to ourselves, they're going to feel suffocated. The fact that there's this intense energy of trying to, maybe at times it could be seen as latched on, if that makes sense. Yeah. Self-love. Yeah, it has been, Kay the Mom. You've been tuning in and out. Yeah. Self-love also includes you taking care of business in your own household. Like me doing these dishes that I procrastinated for a while. Thank you for joining me in such a seemingly tedious task that through random squirrel distractions and divine tidbits of information has stretched over to almost 4 hours. But hey, I'm all about it. Fluffy foo-foo baby in the chat. You bought yourself flowers, did your hair, and went to finance class. Yo, you did all that while since the last time you chimed in, is that right? Wow, this should take a long time, huh? If you did, that's impressive. Yeah. Fluffy foo-foo in the chat. Any comments that you put, you know, I read them and you may be immortalized in my video. I'd be practicing my stand-up all day, everyone, you know. I'd be serving tables, you know what I mean? Serving the satisfaction and make sure everything is served exactly perfect. Oh my, exactly. I don't know what, let me see what this message here was. This held for review. Why does it always, thank you. I don't know why it always, the TY Beanie Baby. I don't know why I always like, yeah. I gotta moderate that one. About to do housework, perfect. Yeah, self-love, buy yourself flowers, did your hair, boom, baby. Finance class, yeah, we need more financial literacy, ideally, and spend less, ideally. But I mean, I'm speaking to myself because I do like some nice things from time to time, and that's also part of self-love. Just don't go cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs. You know what I mean? To where you put yourself under, you know, you don't want to do that. I'm speaking from experience. When I granted willingly chose to accept to this false, not useful advice. Hey, it's okay that sometimes you gotta get into that retail therapy. And hey, you get that short dopamine kick when you buy something, or you hit that add to cart and buy now on Amazon, 2-day prime shipping, baby. Hey, add this within 24 hours, next day shipping, baby. You know, it's that slot machine effect, getting this sage because we're trying to get ourselves away from this extra beat, you know, with love, you know what I mean? I mean, unfortunately, they make it where it's like, now it's like, it's so useful to have some of these services, but then you just have to, this is where the discipline comes in of not going too cuckoo, you feel me? And staying away from these apps from time to time, getting yourself a break, because it's easy to buy stuff. I kept at home for years, had no clue. Were you an Amazon person? Did you like that? Did you like Amazon? Were you one of those people that just bought stuff randomly? That used to be me back in the day, way back in the day. But I did have a lot of side projects, and still to this day, a lot of useful things that I have procured over time. But in America, there is a Goodwill. Goodwill has been on point on finding premium hardwood furniture. Oh, okay, well that's good. It's good to not get in that buying frenzy and buying stuff. Breadcrumb, what does that mean? Talk to me. Fluffy foo-foo, what does breadcrumb mean? In your context, and what you mean? To me, that sounds like just like not given love, like conditional love based on service. That's kind of the vibe. Is that what you're talking about? Oh, wow. To me, that just sounds like total control. You know what I mean? That's crazy. Yeah, damn. Sorry to hear that. So now, though, you living on your own? Or are you still living in the same domain? Is that what it is? I think you said you still been going through like a divorce or something like that for years. Is that what it was? Moving on up to the east side, we finally got a piece of that pie. If you know anybody, any Jefferson fans in the house, some of those classic TV shows, I was raised up on all those things, watching those, the Jeffersons, watching all these shows, yeah. Golden Girls even, that was a one that my mom played all the time. Watching the Judge Judy, you know what I mean? All this type of stuff, you know what I mean? Fun fact, I wanted to be, for the longest time until I went into high school and took a criminal justice course, which was not a good experience. The teacher I had, she was, yeah. But, you know, thinking about getting into law at one point before, like lawyer, because I used to watch all those Judge Judy shows. And then I found myself more gravitated to technology, you know what I mean? And also, I didn't like getting on all politics and all this kind of stuff. Yeah, she's brutal. Judge Judy, the baby would be laying down the verdicts like, boom, you know what I mean? Especially back in the day. So, yeah, but then I realized I didn't like reading growing up. I was, you know, I should have. I think that would have made my reading pace faster. It's gotten better, yeah, as I'm reading more now, just as a whole. Casual reading stimulates the brain and the mind, but I usually only read when I had to, like textbook. So for a while, going to school, it was like textbook reading speed, where it was just intentionally, you having to slow down intentionally to absorb biology and core biology, also physics with calculus. Oh, come on. Former engineer major here, got my associates, baby. Went into computer science route, which I can still get into because now everything's online, baby. But yeah, you have a small library, that's good. I have procured some sacred texts that I'm itching to make time to read right now. Makes complete sense, Kay the mom. Yeah, I mean, now thinking about it, maybe I'm just sharing. I'm thinking, I wonder if like at certain times, like we're developing certain levels of like what justice means and our own level of justice, and also like combating the narratives by whether educational or religious that just try to impose their stuff upon us, you feel me? It's about to pop off, baby. Yeah. You love Wheezy? Hey, Wheezy. Hey, Rizzy. I must have phone down. You're good. But leave you on. Yeah, you can put me audio only if you want. I totally understand. You know, I know I'm a sexy wolf to look at anyways. You know what I'm saying, baby? But still, you got to make sure. Remember, we're integrating. You're simply hanging out with me. That means that we can exist and still get stuff done. I'm not gonna lie, that was one thing in my, this is where part of the too sacrificial energy of mine was pedestalizing. I don't even know if that's a word, but we'll make it a word. Where you end up putting somebody on a pedestal, which usually with like people-pleasing tendencies is related, where then you prioritize someone else's needs over your own. You know, I respect my background, you know what I mean? But, you know, this is, you know, admittedly where certain cultural norms and expectations get imposed, but then it doesn't translate the same from one generation to another. Does that make sense? Let me check this. Did it flag something juicy or something? Was a hot potato? If it showed hot potato, babe. Thanks. Fluffy foo-foo! Star power, baby. Caterpillar energy again. the mom explained that. I'm not sure what you're talking about, but I'm interested to learn new lingo. I don't have all the lingo known. We need the struggle to build our strengths. Turn it back up here. All right. We're almost literally at the last like 10 items, yo, for real. I'm so happy. It's been crazy, but hey, I love the watch time. So thank you. Everyone just chilling in and out, you know what I mean? I love the interaction. I love this back-to-back oracling. Shine bright like a diamond. Shine bright like a diamond, baby. Baby. Not a sponsor of any of the real talk. When I first heard that Baby song by JB, I don't know how censored these names are nowadays, but I thought it was a female singing it. But again, he was still just a young person at the time. Baby, 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 oh, yeah, baby, 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 oh, yeah, baby, 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 oh. Something, I don't know all the words. Hope you enjoyed that little impromptu there. If you want to hear any other acapella impromptus, let me know. I'm about to brew some more coffee here as a reward for finishing the dishes soon. There is a you should look up Rockapella. It was some commercial. It was like Rockapella was like a acapella group that was famous, I think around the 90s, 2000s maybe. Someone put in the chat if you know what I'm talking about. But they did a collab with Folgers Coffee, and the jingle is just so awesome, and where they're doing their own musical sound effects with their own voice and everything. Every time I wake up, pour myself a cup of that rich Folgers aroma. The best part of waking up is that shoo-bop, doo-bop, that all I do. Mountain aroma always coming through. Oh, the best part of waking up is Folgers in your cup. I'm right in a fantasy with that do-ma to me. I don't remember all the. Come right up, there's a shoe about to bind to me. Oh, the best part of waking up is Folgers in your cup. This show was so catchy back in the day. What I be saying to y'all? The best part of waking up, collective with me now. Exactly. Mystic Royal Collective in the house, baby. Hope you enjoy all the impromptu randomosities. Often we push away what we desire when we get obsessed. Yes, better to attract like attracts, become what you desire. Yeah. Definitely. And then you start to wonder, like, okay, well, also going back to certain concepts, like, okay, how much of this external experience is actually something that we need to be putting our attention to? Where are we sacrificing our energy, even subconsciously? With increased awareness comes more responsibility, yes, because it also means tuning into more shadow elements that have been keeping us down, baby. But then you give them a hug, you bring them to the surface, and they will come to the surface through your experience and challenges. And they come to the surface, baby, and you give them the biggest hug possible, and then be like, yo, I'm afraid of you, which is why I've been keeping you tuned in. Oh, God. You literally, this is crazy. Energy I'm feeling right now is, sometimes we be putting in the shadows and pushing them down. But it's because we're truly afraid of seeing what we're gonna see on the other side if we actually allow ourselves to feel it. And damn, that feels like crazy right now. Often, yeah, oh, I read that one. Okay, perfect. Okay, perfect. Yo, almost there. Almost there. I'm so tired. I might take a nap after this, real talk. Over 4 hours, that's crazy. Crazy, y'all. I'm gonna do a show off partially because I still have some clutter externally and I'm working on it. Working on it, baby. You want to work with the Mystic World Collective, reach me out on Instagram. If you want to talk to me personally, any spiritual question or just want a personal reading, I do that as well. Make sure you're always liking the video, helps with the channel, and ideally share with anybody you know. It helps out. I try to go on almost daily while also prioritizing rest. I have yet to put any fixed schedule. However, you can find me a lot on YouTube at night and maybe around post 7 to even after midnight. Sometimes during the witch's hour, baby. Sometimes I pass out, go to sleep. I'll wake up during the witch's hour around 3 o'clock. Do y'all wake up at times like that? Because that happened to me a lot. And sometimes I wake up and then maybe, I don't know, you just have intermittent sleeping sometimes. And sometimes it could be an attention to something maybe within yourself, your health, or self-care. So just tune in what that means for you, if that makes sense. And maybe why some intermittent sleep, if applicable, may be happening. Almost there, baby. Woo! This is crazy. And it's funny, I don't feel that I wash dishes slowly, but maybe to others I do. Because I try to feel in the moment. This is a way for you to be able to practice stillness, which I heard that's a way that we can slow down time, or our perception of time. Since we have so much distraction even right now, I have some cool anime sounding music in the background playing, but obviously I put it for the vibes, but ideally we want to try to have more silence time and less noise. So that's why after, in between my lives, sometimes I'll just be sitting in my own energy and just sitting in silence, maybe followed by a nap. Goat is down. I'm still kicking, baby. Still here. Yes. Do you have a goat? Maybe you're talking about an actual goat. Or the greatest of all time, my love. Almost there, almost there, almost there, almost there, almost there. I don't know if y'all do this, but a natural, like, extra sanitizing thing that I've come to use. It's a half and half mix of, I keep a little spray bottle of white vinegar, half diluted with water, ideally filtered water, and then a little spray bottle I keep on the side, and it more a little antibacterial, and it gets more stuff extra cleansed while keeping it less toxic and more natural, baby. You know what I mean? We all know about the natural, baby, around this channel, baby. We know about it. Yes, if you know, you know. You know what I mean? If you know, you know. Yeah. Okay. What you up to right now, y'all? What you up to, Fluffy? Fluffy foo-foo. What are y'all's chill activities? What do y'all do for fun? What makes y'all alive? What makes you feel in tune with yourself, if applicable, if possible? Is there anything that makes you feel absolutely alive, or something that you desire that you feel that would aid in helping you feel alive? Natural is best. Yes, exactly. Bathroom cleaning? Oh, hell yeah, good for you. I'm glad you're able to take me in with your chores as well. We all help each other. Maybe I'll do a different live on a different day. I don't want to be too repetitive or anything, but on a different day, maybe I might do some organizing sessions because I gotta get that. Maybe I can see, y'all can help me to see what stuff to donate to Goodwill. Which is a lot of stuff. Turn on my bass amp and Mario go, something like that. Yes. 3 more of these cups. Ish. Ah, there we go. Come on, baby. Nice fluffy. Read them live with us. What do you mean? Almost there. Let's see what we got here. Hell's for review. Why? I'd be down for that. I don't know. Did it show it? I don't know. Hopefully. She said she'd be down for that kind of session. What kind of session are you talking about? No, I don't know if we're talking about the same thing. Okay. Oh, shoot, no! Okay, hold on, baby. Watch your ears if possible, if needed. Oh wait, shit, what the fuck? Oh, there we go. I was like, why is it turning on? Putting the disposal. Okay. Pardon my reach there, my dear. Okay, where were we? Time to drain the swamp. Drain the swamp of all the clutter that you got going on. Clear your energy, clear your space. Speaking to myself, hardcore for sure. I think I might do that. Do some organizing session, as long as it depending on the stuff I got, whatever. I don't really got nothing weird anyways. I got a lot of little, what is it? I'm definitely keeping all my occult stuff, little books that I've acquired and things like that, but I have a lot of random technology and gadgets and things like that, old gadgets that serve for a time, and then you keep them thinking that you're going to use it. You can't believe it. I know, right? I'm trying to get it in frame. I don't know if it moved on its own. Yeah, I know. I'll show you. I'll do the grand unveiling at the end so you can see the huge pile that I have conquered by the end. To me, this is a lot. So, and I really try to make sure it's as clean as possible. While not being too freak about it. Yo, fluffy foo-foo, yeah. Found a big green caterpillar in the yard today. We need to struggle to build our strength, but also the rest. The caterpillar spends time as literal goo and transform into a butterfly. Wow, yeah, I've heard about the process when they like examine on the inside. You know what I mean? Yeah, I'll do a grand unveiling whenever I finish and conquer this mountain of dishes completely, fully, through and through, while setting myself up for another cup of coffee, getting our wings, baby. Yeah, flying high into the sky. Fly like an eagle into the future. Yes. Wow. It's my own fault though. I to get all these dishes piled up though. It's my own damn fault. Oh, tomato worm! I better check the tomatoes. Remind me of that Cars tomato. If your mood caliber struggle, they'll just die. Yeah, you don't want to forcefully help them. I just showered. I feel better. Hell yeah, you should. Coffee sounds nice. Yeah, I'm about to fix up my own personal cup. My second cup. I had one earlier. 4 hours ago at this point now, at the beginning of the live. That's crazy. Wow. Woo. I'm on one right now, baby. Just kind of, I'm determined. I told myself I was going to stay on the live the whole time until I conquer this huge mountain, or, you know, people get too tired of it, whatever. Gonna get a little sweaty first. Sweaty doing what exactly, Kate Moon? Bro, remember me? Evelyn Silly, yo, what's going on? I love the intro. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Yeah. Bro, remember me? I love that intro. Evelyn Silly, glad to have you. Make sure you like the video coming on in, baby. Appreciate the love, always. You know what I mean? Welcome back for sure. Why did I let it pile up? Because I was procrastinating, being honest. Procrastinating, and sometimes you kind of go through little mojo moments of not feeling 100%, or honestly sometimes having the motivation to get some of these things done, because then I prioritize other things, like fun things, like talking to y'all and getting on live. So sometimes I prioritize that. So hey, I'm gonna keep it real as much as possible. I'm human, baby. I live by myself also, so you know, it's kind of like me leaving it's only affecting myself, which I know it's also an incentive of self-love is tackling. You see how complex, like, hey baby, I'm human, everyone else, you know? But yeah, I'm about to scrub a dub. Yeah. No, I had off today. I had off yesterday and today. So I'm grateful. I needed it because I have an early morning meeting to be at 7:45 or whatever. So, yes. So glad to be here. Yeah, with you, my love. This is, I would say, maybe I have less than 30 minutes. And if you're still antsy with me, I wouldn't mind actually pulling some cards if you're feeling froggy after I finish as like a reward or whatever, you know, to myself and to, you know, I don't know. But I'm not going to drag it on too much longer though, because like I needed to get some rest too. But yeah, I'm thinking maybe another 30 minutes at most. That I think is how much time I'm finally going to get done with all this. Thankfully. The music went off again. And I hear the crickets, but it's not crickets, it's the light fixture. The LED sound in the background or whatever. Sounds kind of peaceful though, doesn't it? I'm working, baby. I'm working. Always working on something. Even if I'm seemingly not working on something, I'm working on something. In my mind, I'm working through a lot sometimes. Whew. About to turn this light off, so bright now. Let's see. Gotta catch up on some of this. Okay. I had my share last week of letting my house chores slide, but on the second day I tidied up. Good for you. That was Shalimar in the chat. Froggy all day. We aren't judging here, Kayla Mom. At least I find that to be the case within the collective. Are you talking about piling things up here, K the Moon? I mean, I don't think it's, you know, we should never have any too harsh judgments on going through these times. Sometimes we need to have an extra level of rest. Just sometimes it can get a little too much. We have, you know, through mutual encouragement, help empower one another to get these things done. Oof, oh, I'm sorry, it's gonna get dark here for a little bit, but this is the 4 hours. I gotta turn this one off. God damn. Oh God. Oh. Thank you. Wow. Have you ever skipped a shower? I mean, hasn't anyone throughout the whole existence, even as kids and stuff, growing up? I don't find that to be a savory thing to do. You know, especially when you go out and about. Like, I work in the restaurant industry, I still gotta keep it fresh, baby. You know what I mean? So yeah, I pick a day and clean till I'm whooped. I don't know if it shows it or not, but I put the show. I'd rather wash care with care and enjoying the moment. I'm not rushing to no finish line. LOL, says Shalamar. You're funny. All of you beautiful people always. All right, now we got the last 2 items. Now I'm gonna scrub the sink down on this side. Is always how you finish things off. Scrub a dub dub, as Fluffy Fufu says. Scrub a dub dub, baby. Yes. You're so funny. I try to be. I'm a comedian. I'm stand-up. I do my stand-up every day. I work at my job at certain tables. What you see, what you get, baby. Like, for real, I'll be doing the same thing when I'm serving tables, but I just gotta keep it I gotta keep it a little more PG, obviously, over there, because, you know, it's a family restaurant, you know what I mean? Family restaurant, you know. Corporate restaurant. Yeah. Which I will not disclose. For security reasons. If you already know, you know. That's different, so. Yeah, baby. I'll have tiers in the future where I'll probably provide a little bit more access, potentially. I don't know how. Feed me, boo. I'm hungry. I gotta feed myself first too. If I cook something and you were in my vicinity, I would share my food with you. Shalamar. What kind of food do you like? One of my favorites is sushi. I love sushi. But it's not really something you easily cook at home, granted, but it's still delicious. And it's just so easy, and it's just, you just eat it right away. And it's one of the healthier, emphasis on the it goes, you know, me, I like extra yum yum sauce. I like extra the onion crunchies. And, you know, you start piling a lot of that stuff on there, then obviously, you know, it's not as healthy, but hey, whatever. Live and let live, baby. You know what I mean? Any sushi fans in the house, baby, put it in the chat. Some people only like the tempura style, or sashimi, or just straight up raw fish, baby. You've never had that? Well, I would introduce you for sure. I'm having perch in coleslaw right now. Perch M coleslaw? What is that? What's the M mean? But that sounds good. Sounds southern. Sounds kind of my vibe for meat and potatoes. I'm a meat and potatoes kind of guy, baby. You know, I could use like a nice, someone shared with me, Casey! You've already, Fluffy Fufu, I know you've seen her in the chat, one of my moderators. She showed me this picture of this ramen that she made was out. It looked like something from a magazine. It looked awesome. You know, I like to cook too, though. Maybe I do some little mystic cooking sessions from time to time. Once I get my place more tidied up, you would want to see that down the road. Put it in the chat, and maybe one day we'll do some organizing session, and we'll do some cooking. My love, I love food. I love food. Meow. You love sauce. Meow. Some places is like more dressing when it comes to like salads. There's a whole lettuce thing going on in America right now. I don't understand it, but some people getting sick off of it. But hey, not a health professional, I don't know. My food is on Insta. Yo, are you following me on Instagram, Fluffy Fufu? Make sure that you are, and maybe if you feel comfortable, send me a direct message saying it's you. So I don't, for your own privacy, I don't, unless you want to, you don't have to share it in the chat, your username. Just reach out to me personally. I'd love to connect with you and check out your food. You harvested your lettuce today? Well, you got the best lettuce possible. Let us talk about it some more and tell me about it. It's sold out? Okay, so you do sell your food. That's beautiful. As you should. You don't want it to go raw or anything like that. Ooh, you know that feeling when you're literally like at the cusp. Almost done, baby. You're almost done. Feels good. And then, I don't know why the music keeps popping off here. This auto moderation, I gotta maybe tweak it a little bit. I don't know, seems, let me see this here. Your garden is safe. My favorite kook. Thank you, Shalimar, for sharing that. Understandably so. I'm gonna have to keep that one hidden just for algorithm's sake, you know what I mean? But that's good to know. That's good to know. Hopefully the central vibes here on the channel contribute to a sense of excitement even in those areas. People want to reach me out on Instagram. They want a more personal touch of mystic, you know. I'm a tribalist at heart anyways, you know, personally. What's up with this music right now? Come on, baby. One moment, please. Okay, come on. Uh-oh. I'm still here, I promise. Most welcome. Hope you do too. I hope I have inspired. I see. What kind of inspiration? Inspiration. Felt it. Yeah. What's going on here? Connect. Again, this is crazy. Did it just sign me out? It does this all the time. Whoa, no way. Something wrong with my Wi-Fi here. Are you still with me, Collective? Tell me if you're still with me. You still hear that? Yeah, I try to keep it that nice sensual vibes, my love. Sage all around, kept it safe. Be right back, you're most welcome. I hope you're so inspired. Yeah. What's going on here? Wow, this is so... I may have to just reboot my whole tablet here. Nope, that's not... That's not what I'm talking about, nope. It's funny how it does this, like right as I'm almost done though, real talk with all my stuff. With my dishes here, and then real talk now. All this, yo, skin of the four. Just kidding. Oh well. You're gonna pull one of them things here. Come on, baby. Crazy. Hang on, put you in timeout, baby. Boom, baby, sniped. People try to pretend like they cool, and then they try to be an asshole. Hey, whatever. Unless you're kidding, I don't know, but hey, I gotta watch out for my peeps and keep it friendly, you know. I swear you look like Jesus. Thanks. So long as I ever had my hair, Collective. Let me get here as I put some more water in here. Brew another cup of coffee. Last cup to 2 cups here to wash here as I get more, I don't know, Jesus is the what? I mean, from what I hear, there's a lot of evidence pointing to kind of like that realm, like Middle Eastern realms, you know what I mean? I believe that depiction of Jesus, the one that's very, a very modern interpretation of with like the stallion hair and everything like that, if I'm not mistaken, that was a image that was created by Leonardo da Vinci's lover. Something like that, because I think he was the one that made one of the first images like that. I could be wrong. Somebody correct me from the chat if you're an artist or you're into that kind of stuff. You know what I mean? I could be wrong, but you know, that in and of itself to a lot of people is very controversial. But hey, to me, live and let live, you know, and sometimes you never know the origins of different things. Let's see if this is gonna pop off now. Let's see what's going on here. That was so weird. Just totally, like, seemingly reset. I don't know if it's having to do with the Wi-Fi. You love Da Vinci pictures. Yeah, no, I don't know too much about different artworks myself, personally. But, you know. All right, let's try this again. I'm getting my coffee. Maybe you should make yourself some coffee if you like some coffee. Okay. All right, we're back in business, I believe. Yo, I have no idea what's going on here. Did they have an update? But anyways, stay tuned, baby. I'm gonna tune back in here, forgive me. Let's see. Okay. I just have to reinstall the whole thing, I guess. I might make myself just a small cup of coffee, depending on how much. Do I have enough for a full cup here? Let's see. I like the Last Supper picture. Oh yeah, he did do that one, didn't he? Yeah. Okay, I think I have one for a moderate size cup. I'm gonna try to make it a smaller one. I'm okay with that. I already have too much caffeine with some kombucha and everything like that. You gotta keep it, okay, let's see. Let's see. Continue with phone number. Okay. I love you. You're beautiful. You're wonderful. Hope you're having a great time wherever you are from, my beautiful love. And let me see now. Okay. Okay, I see here. Okay, let's try this. It's duality, the ever-going dance. Yes. Forgive me, I'm a little sidetracked. I'm trying to get this logged in, but yes. How old do you think I am, Shalimar? I'm okay with you trying to guess. In fact, I encourage it. You know what I mean? Let's see if I got the right one here. Okay, am I gonna have to tune in here? Pechugacito 047. Had to be careful there. Okay. Don't share this with anybody, you know. Didn't say all the digits. I almost set myself up there. Forgive me. So yeah, how old do you think? You think I'm 30? The delicate balance, yes, of the divine dance, my love. Kay, the mom, do you already know how young I am? I'll let you have opportunity to answer before I reveal. Schedule maintenance and process. Okay, so they having a maintenance thing going right now. So I'm gonna. This is where cosmic surrender, my love, is needed, and we're about to close off here, anyways. But no, I'm 34. 34. This year be going off. 34 going to 35 this year. So 1991, baby. Yeah. We're gonna keep it just ambient sound here for the rest of the remaining time that is here. I was close, okay? Yeah. Shalimar, have a beautiful day, okay? Thank you so much for being you and just being who you are. Divine presence, divine goddess. Goddess, right? Right? I was close, okay, bye. Ambient sound, baby, for the win. Thank you. Don't forget to reach me on Instagram, okay? I need 1,000 followers there to go live again before they change that requirement. So, Getting this coffee in the chamber. About 9 ounces of coffee. One last cup here. And this little disc, a random little disc. We're there, my love, we're there. We made it. We made it. Thank you for sticking around for me for this huge, long session. Insane. I think the last one I did was even shorter than this, and that was like 3 hours. And I think I pre-recorded most of that, which was a pain to upload all that footage, which is why I'm sticking to the lives, because it's just so much easier and it saves storage space, you know. So hope you have enjoyed the session. I'll do it closing. I think I'm a little too tired for extra. Thank you, Kay the mom. I think it's been long enough and I'm a little tired for I'll come on later. The goal may potentially come in later at night, later into the night, where I'll get a chance to do actual cards. You know what I mean? So stay tuned for that. I do announce these things on my Instagram and occasionally on my TikTok if I remember to do so. It's been a pleasure having everyone here. A towering venture. You hear that coffee brewing, baby? Yeah. Chill session later, and I gotta have a little bit of nap time or time to myself. I'm very grateful. Thank you for sticking around as long as you have. Okay, the mom, you like number one right there. You've been here. You get it. You get the vibe. You know what I mean? Just, you know, it can be a listening sesh. So let's go ahead and close off these energies here. We went through a lot. It's been good times. If you've been there, you know, you know. Light this off on the side here. Perfect. And then, let's see. Feel the sage cleansing, my love. And even without the music, this makes it even more chill and peaceful. Thank you. You're amazing. You're wonderful. sending you off with wonderful, beautiful energy on your day. Hopefully they have a beautiful rest of your day, whatever you do. Please get some rest, as I will now get some rest here. Make sure you like the video if you haven't already. I know you have all here already have at this point. May have some coffee too. I'm working on the subscriber thing. I'm overly, well, what I come to notice is that the more I focus on the numbers, the less of that kind of stuff happens more, you know what I mean? So when I start focusing on just being me and my craft, then I realize that I'm starting to get more like real people, you know what I mean, in my chat, you know what I mean, when I'm so grateful. But yeah, they do feel very connected, you know what I mean? And if it's very hard to fake some of these things. So we're gonna do this closing here. Now we're doing a silent closing session with some words behind it. Closing things out. Can you still hear me? Hopefully you can. Take a deep breath with me. 3, 2, 1. As I preach, be authentic and you'll attract connections. Yes, Kay the mom. Just being yourself. Second deep breath. 3, 2, 1. Amamora, welcome in the chat. We're closing this off. It's been, when I get a chance, when it uploads, check out my last, if you didn't see my latest reading before today, from last night. That one should be available almost soon, or at least the time before. We're closing off. One more deep breath here. It's been now almost a 5-hour sesh here. That's insane. So, and I'm going to show you, and you bear witness to all the glory that it is that I have accomplished this mountain of dishes that I unfortunately allowed myself to pile up. But hey, we're all human, baby. 3, 2, 1. And then if you're open to, the music is under maintenance. I guess the app randomly went under maintenance. I wonder if it picked up on the over 4-hour session with playing in the background, but I do have the license to use it. So yes, sometimes a little silence is nice. You only attract fake connections if you're being fake. Exactly. Fakeness gets fakeness. 4 hours, wolf, let's go. So let's do a little quick energy kind of, what do you call it? Shake up before I let you go, if you're open to it, just for you. And go ahead, grab your favorite beverage or cheers or whatever. Send you off with a good love and a good positive vibe for the rest of your day. Don't you worry about a thing, 'cause every little thing is gonna be alright. Wake up this morning. I don't know the words to these songs, so you might have to correct me on some of these lyrics, but I'm a man of, I like many different types of music and stuff, you know. It's all feeding the soul, you know what I mean? Sacred, pardon me. Ooh. Ooh. Glory, glory. If you know, you know, baby. If you know, you know. Sorry, Daddy's got to take his medicine from time to time. Yeah. And now that I'm finished, I get to put all the gear back on as well. Cat Marie, yo, how you doing? I'm glad I made it back. Yo, welcome. So glad to have you. This is a long one to catch up on. I don't expect anybody to listen to it anytime soon if you're just tuning in. You have such a special voice. It's so common. Thank you so much. Do you have any suggestions of certain songs, and I may indulge in a cappella so it doesn't flag me. The song just now came up is Come Monday by Jimmy Buffett. If you know, you know. But this song is I'm gonna do a multiple. Before I do that, let me do one more. We'll take a couple deep breaths. 3, 2, 1. If you consent, hold still. The ASMR in that, baby, yes. One more deep breath, okay? I'm gonna do 2 more with this energy shake up in a good way. Just know that sometimes some things may come to the surface, but if they do, it's for a sense of healing. If you trust in your divine guidance and keeping you safe through these times, please. 3, 2, 1. Hold still. Thank you. In a good way, Kayla Mom, that's good. Bad fish, Sublime. What kind of bad fish? I fell asleep listening to him. Oh. I'm glad to hear that. I'm gonna do one more of this little energy shake up, and then I got my coffee waiting for me too. Thank you so much. Yeah, we're closing off this whole dishes session. That's now 4 hours and 46 minutes and change. One more time, deep breath. 3, 2, 1. Thanks for lending some energy, of course. Fluffy Fufu in the room, dear. Yes. Thank you. Allow me to be able to help create a sense of force field protection over you. Now we're getting more into intimate session here because the music is technically unavailable at the moment. Maintenance. We are trusting for a reason. Is to tune more into our own inner self and allow the ambient sounds to flood our mind and flood our soul. My love, take the energy, Fluffy, stay charged. I wish I would have tuned in. Kat Marie, don't worry, my live, I just had one last night. It should be almost ready. And I was there for like 3 hours. So I have plenty of content. It's meant to be listened in the background if you want to. Whatever. Hey, more watch time, baby. I love you for that. Thank you. You're beautiful. Wink, wink back, sweetie. Yeah. Feeling a little froggy there. Fluffy Fufu. Went back. And the condo seems good. I just got ghosted. Wow, did you really? In the weirdest way, everything was fine. And he was, ghosted. You're talking about like with your own relationship, or you're talking about shadow ban stuff? One more deep breath. 3, 2, 1. Thank you for allowing the stillness. Ooh, hold on 1 second. He posts like lives, Cat. Much good energy. Thank you. Okay, the moon, but he's like in the Matrix bad still. Oh, the person that you're with, Cat Marie. We strong, baby. We strong. That's why we're here, my love. That's what it is. You were talking about oversaturation of people glorifying themselves. I mean, yeah, well, a lot of like people that sending these like just basic spiritual stuff. Sometimes it resonates, but sometimes it's just very flooded for clicks. We are protecting our energies from toxic people. Cat, only those interested in the highest collective now. It's like someone reverse psychology shit. I laugh at my fucking I've been finding money on the ground everywhere. So this is a good thing. And I'm glad he's gone. 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 See you soon, collective fluffy foo-foo. Let me put a quick little orb of protection around you. If you desire for this, thank you. Hold still, my love. If you consent, say I consent. Thank you. That felt very like sexual too. I'm not gonna lie. I just got all those like jingles too. I love you too, Mystic World Collective. Oof. If that's the kind of energy that you feeling, then I guess I just tuned into something. My face is turning red here a little bit. I hope I provide a good ASMR experience as well. You're protected, my love. Please be you, okay? Please continue to be you. You're beautiful and you're wonderful, and I want you to always be you. Don't let anyone ever dim your light, okay? You rewrite yourself, you know? I'm turning so red right now. I literally just felt like this huge wave. It was like, oh shit, you know? God damn. Okay. Yes, but something big is brewing. Yeah, I can feel it. I can tell. My beautiful cougars in the world too, and my beautiful divine feminine goddesses that exist in the world. I love you all. You're so wonderful. Energy raise right now. We are in a pause, the calm before the storm. Amazing. Okay. Rewriting things, my love. And I still I'm gonna unveil to you the big grand unveiling of all the accomplishments of this work. It's 5 hours. Shoot. Whew. See you later, fluffy foo-foo. Hope you have a beautiful day. This is the I think I changed something here. Let me see. There we go. This is the accomplishment of 5 hours, yo, of, excuse any little bit of diatomaceous earth in the background. Fun fact, I heard that does, it helps with a lot of things. But yes, ready for the grand unveiling. Let's do this, baby. Excuse any extracurricular. Look at this. So all this huge pile right there. And then a huge pile right there, all them silverwares and everything like that. Oh, shoot. And let's see. Yes, more stuff. So yeah, that took me, and there's even more deep in. That took me like 5 hours, cause like that's crazy. But I thank you for sticking with the ride. Hopefully you have your coffee now. I have my coffee right here. The song that came to mind as promise was by the Jimmy Buffett is, and I need to sit down. I'm tired. Come Monday, come Monday, it'll be alright. Come Monday, I'll be holding you tight. I spent 4 lonely days in the crowd and the haze, and I just want you back by my side. I spent 4 lonely days in the crowd and the haze, and I just want you back by my side. Something like that. I can't help it, honey. You're just but a part of me now. Remember the night in Montana when we said there'll be nowhere to hide. I don't remember all the words and I'm butchering it right now. Any other suggestions? One of my favorites to sing is, I gotta be very careful because even a cappella, I don't want to get flagged because I'm pretty good. I kind of practice my karaoke over time. Yeah, Margaritaville, baby. Thank you, I did it. We did it, my love. I'm Amora. That's a genie in the lamp, baby. Yeah. Yeah. Make a wish, my love. I want to take the force to push through. You don't want to, well, hey, take some rest if you need to take a breather for a moment. One song that I like a lot is, this is how I test a karaoke environment for me. What I do is this one song, if you know, you know, there was a musical called Epic the Musical that was very popular last year, especially when it first came out, and they have a bunch of hit songs, very, very catchy, I admit. Excuse me, let me take this lamp with me as I switch areas. And there's one called, it's based, and it's kind of relative to now because we have that movie, excuse the close up here. We have that movie, Odysseus, that came out. Has anybody seen that yet? Anybody seen Odysseus? I heard mixed reviews. Some people thought it was awesome, and some other people, they were like, yeah, though, this is trash. You know what I mean? So, allegedly. I have no idea. I didn't see it. But last year, this series came out online, and it went viral. But one song is called No Longer You. And it's when Odysseus, he goes into the underworld to escape Poseidon, and he is seeking advice from the, you know, if you know the story, I'm forgetting some details, but essentially the prophet, the undead prophet, immortal in this realm in the underworld, seeking that advice to see if he's going to make it home. And then he asks something about his wife, at least, forgive me. And then, at least in this saga or whatever, and then that's where this song is. So that's the whole long pretext. I am a prophet with the answers you seek. Time, I've unlocked it. I see past and future running free. There is a world where I help you get home. But that's not a world I know. What? I see a song of sad romance. I see the sacrifice of man. I see portrayals of betrayal and a brother's final stand. I see you on the brink of death. I see you draw your final breath. I see a man who gets to make it home alive. But it's no longer you. Something like that. I really gotta be careful. They don't try to flag me on this platform, y'all. I think the acapella is a little safer, but still gotta be careful with that, you know. Yes. I hope you enjoyed that. As I got energy, hold on, this machine sounds a little sketch. Give me. That's I didn't know. I'm right here. I'm right here. That's so crazy, y'all. I'm trying to get my stuff situated here. Forgive me. Water machine making me look bad. I'm like, I'm right here, baby. I'm trying. I know the clip farmers out there be having a field day with like stuff like that. You know what I mean? So you be mindful in this whole setup right now. There we go. Bring a little bit back in focus. A little bit. Okay. Perfect. We're at the closing ceremony. Thank you so much for the after party here as I'm getting set up here. Ah, there we go. Yes. Yes. I'm going to bring a tarot deck. I think that'd be perfect. See if any quick little stuff comes over here. What'd you say? Congratulations. Cool. Okay. All right. Thank you. Tabula Mundi Tarot. All right. Tabula Mundi Tarot and Lilith. Okay. Thank you. Perfect. Okay. Let's pull 2 quick decks here and allow any silence to continue. Goddess Lilith is with us. Thank you so much, Goddess Lilith. You're beautiful, you're wonderful. She's always wonderful. Shout out to Goddess Lilith. Is that better? No better. It's a little bit better. Okay. Perfect. Make sure. I can't show too much. I mean, I'm fully clothed, obviously. All right, let's continue, my love. I made my own deck from playing cards, preferred to any deck. It's all made by me. Yeah, no, that's good. It's good to have your little. It's good to have your own. I have one that I haven't used in a while that I crafted with a bunch of random messages. Okay, here we go. I have all this scattered all over the place. Oh, okay, it was right behind it. Okay, perfect. Getting this stuff lit, baby, for you. Sage cleansing. Okay. Thank you, universe. Appreciate you. Okay. Relax, everyone. Relax. Get a little bit of peace. We don't need to hurry up all the time. Sometimes just exist. Okay. Lilith. Let's see what we got from the Lilith, Queen of the Night. And if you're down, I'm going to allow some moments of stillness and to see, as I'm also reading the smoke trail, sage cleansing activated. Thank you. Okay. This is so funny. Baby, we howling like the moon, baby. Look at this. Wolf Solitude, baby. I gotta show this one first. Wolfpack family, my beautiful lovelies. But more like when you're getting more into the, you're getting like, you get in the night. Let's see, I did too much singing. Something like that. Don't judge me. It's okay. Wolfpack family, you understand. Again, I'm not rushing the finish line. Perfect. You're taking the scenic route. Beautiful. Solitude, baby. Sometimes you need that. Lilith is here with this kind of message too, trying to help aid us. Bringing my coffee over. What am I doing? I need the coffee. Do y'all put any kind of weird ingredients in your coffee? Anybody? Obviously, there's like all the chemical creamers and everything that exists, but I'm talking about like, I hear that some people put butter in their stuff. I've never really tried that before, but I heard it tastes good for some. I don't know. I don't recommend this because I hear that, what was they coming to get here? Okay. Thank you, universe. If you ever get one of those bite-sized I mean, it's fun to try once and then probably not try for a while. It was these, you get a bite-sized whipped cream, yes. Coconut oil, I've heard of that. The narrow path is a lonely one, it can be. And this is also a good way to be able to, communicate with other people that, like you said, no judgment-free zone, free zone, baby. Frozo. That character, Frozone, whatever from The Incredibles that came to mind. Freeze away, sizzle away any energies, like freeze them in time so you can take care of yourself first. Solitude. I embrace my fear of solitude to rediscover my inner light and find my tribe. Wolfpack family. Oh, but I was saying, Three Musketeers, bite-sized Three Musketeers, if you melt it in a hot cup of coffee and stir it, it has that little whip, all that whippiness and stuff like that. It actually tastes pretty dang good, but also keep in mind these things are very unhealthy, and which is why I don't recommend. But I mean, to each their own. Sometimes YOLO, you gotta live, and just try experiment, Intimacy and abundance. Night Queen Jasmine, 24 could be significant. Intimacy. I overcome the fear of intimacy and I allow myself to blossom and show my essence. Beautiful. Keep blossoming as the beautiful, unique being that you are, the divine fractal that you are. Excuse me. Yes. And then the third one, 15, could be significant or be special number to you, is pomegranates. And that's a very cool fruit. Back in mythological times, the High Priestess card had pomegranates in the original Wainwright Rider Tarot, I believe. Abundance. My thoughts are fertile ground where seeds of abundance bloom into a thriving life of success. That's beautiful. Seek that abundance within yourself, my love. Tune into the intimacy within yourself and see what it is that you need from time to time. 1551 was just on my clock. Wow. And we just pulled a 15. Perfect. Wonderful. Beautiful. Welcome everybody in the chats. Hell yeah. All right, let's continue. Let's see. Tarot time, baby. This one want to come out? Okay, Queen of Cups, reverse. You already have the answers. You already know that. This is probably a lack of action, lack of trusting your own intuition. When do you know you need to? It's causing worry, need for a change up. All this mental gymnastics is fizzling people out. This mental gymnastics, you gotta take action. Find the valor that is energy, the draconic energy, maybe, if you have resonate with that. The dragon energy is, to me, is just Goddess Lilith does have some certain archetypes and aspects of her is a dragoness. You know what I mean? She's beautiful. She's wonderful. So she's all about that roar and that, you know, fierceness and reclaiming yourself. You see? So 7 to me is take stock. But what is meant to fall, let it fall. Okay? But this is a big battle within yourself that's been causing a lot of stress potentially. And right here, maybe said, I'm not sure, but dragon feels it's in my blood. What just came to mind is high blood pressure. I don't know if anyone in your family or whatever, but just keep in mind stress can translate. And I'm speaking from experience. Sometimes you have everything feeling like it's collapsing around you, and then it just gets very mentally fatiguing, and you start fizzling up, baby. So 5 is just that's that shake-up, you know, that shake-up. Discs, though, is this is shake-up in the foundations that's been causing this imbalance, this inner turmoil of self-acceptance, of taking action on the things you need to. Yeah, defeated. 5 of Swords, all this mental gymnastics. We just talked about this. Light and duality. See that? What's the right decision? I don't know. Look at that unique, that sword right there, that red sword. Look at that ruby red sword. Wow. Lilith colors, black. Oh, no, a nice wine red. Usually what I like. Or this Riz red is sexy too. With like a black. You know what I mean? I love it. It's beautiful. I didn't used to like the color red growing up, but then, you know, it just kind of like, for me, it started out as blue, everything, and then nothing wrong with blue, still like it on like a deep void blue or whatever. But then I just got simple, like black and gray colors and everything like that. I'm fire, so yeah, why I've learned to rest, yeah, for sure. Sometimes you emanating so much fire, though, you can burn yourself out just by, you know, sometimes if you're not careful and accidentally just release a whole truth bomb, which sometimes that can be a whole, like, intense purification in one shot. But as long as you're willing to accept whatever drama, fallback, just be careful. I mean, it's possible to do an overhaul. Like some people see that Swords energy is that speaking the truth. You know what I mean? And I feel that some action on some level is ideal. This is how you feel and defeated. And I feel perhaps this is kind of the energy of the person that's feeling somewhat victimized by the surroundings. But that's just, again, symbolic of everything. What's we hold about? Easy to burn yourself out and burn anyone daring not to get close. I don't know why I put it to show, so hopefully it shows. The back one is attacking the flower. The white one is holding. Yo, yeah. Literally, we just talked about that. Yo, okay, the mom. See you intuitive, baby. See that? Beautiful. That's awesome. See. Reclaim that scepter, though. Maybe you lost the battle here, but you'd be able to get that sword. Maybe it looks like it's now diving for that sword, maybe. But notice how it's grabbing it blade first, which that's a very careful way to grab a sword. That's like a careless way. Yeah. So that, to me, that's definitely evidence. It's just not this like this little trial burst that you've been having has been, you know, feeling self-sabotaging to an extent. I feel, yes. Thank you for the extra like, whoever slipped that in there. Nice, I didn't see that. 10 of Swords, more, okay, defeated and you feeling ruined. Look at this. Everything coming at you at one time. 10 is completion. Again, soar energy, all these culmination of thoughts and mindsets. 9 of Cups. Look through all channels within the self if you allow yourself that solitude we talked about earlier with the wolf. If you allow yourself that certain level of solitude, then, come on, baby, where are we at? If you allow yourself that sense of solitude here, then you'll be able to, it will give you an opportunity to take a stock in analysis. 7, what we talked about earlier, see where your passions lie, see what it lies, who are you? Who are you as a human being outside of your circumstances? 9 of Cups, happiness is what you're looking for. This right here, lemur or something like that, could be significant, someone that's curious, but maybe has had to put off a facade, is wearing this little fancy headdress. But you may have a lot of options, but now you're kind of searching through these emotional depths of your soul, of yourself, right? Emotions, cups, emotions, water, trying to find what makes you happy. Make a wish, you know what I mean? Wishing, you probably have been wishing for a change up, you know what I mean? And through circumstances, not in your full control, partially, but sometimes we need a true wake-up call to just stop like kidding ourselves, like respectfully, you know what I mean? That sometimes, like, and I'm speak to myself sometimes, that sometimes I procrastinate sometimes too, you know? The distraction from the time alone and staying busy, yes. Even me on this live is me staying busy too, you know? But I put it to use doing my dishes, and look, it's been fulfilling. I'm grateful to have you. And everyone that's been in and out of the chat, you know, it's, you are like my family, you know what I mean? And I'm grateful. Thank you. Creating things that pile up to distract myself. Yeah, there's a whole live, very helpful. Thank you. And let's see if some take action and direction. 3 wands, virtue. Didn't we just get that earlier? So we had valor for 7 of wands, and then now we have virtue right here, 3 of wands. Maybe potentially meeting people, friends, or connections. It could even be us here on this channel. Being able to find people with similar equal footing. I'm kind of, since I'm all about Lilith, I'm kind of like looking at this ram's horn. I think that's what it is. You know what I mean? You could be a Capricorn yourself. Is that the Capricorn? Excuse me, potentially, forgive me. Integration, divine union, but you may find commonality in finding more of your soul tribe, and this is tuning into your authenticity. So what I'm, you know, going off of intuition, this is kind of like my, it's like Lilith's freeing energy, you know what I mean? We have here 4 of disc powers, the power that you've been seeking, my love. Sometimes it means you're a little overprotective sometimes, which is understandable. We've been hurt through different situations. Sometimes it's a delicate balance of a fine line of allowing people into our lives as best possible. If you just slip in here and you're already familiar with the vibes, consider giving a like. If you want to check it out, then stay tuned. We're closing things off here officially pretty soon. I did say about cards, some singing. It was a really good live. It's over 5 hours, y'all. So feel free to listen when it's on replay. Listen 2 times speed or whatever, you know what I mean? Just a lot of chilling, a lot of vibing. So I want to help people overcome the nonsense of both religions, even the spirituality community. I mean, again, it's one of those where it's like, I think it all starts with the inner journey anyways. K the mom, my love. Because then that means that we naturally attract divine connections, and you have no idea from just me just vibing on my own how I have met divine appointments, is how I call it, where I meant to talk to somebody or have an encounter with someone even for a time. But, you know, it was a mutually beneficial connection, even if it was just me giving a reading for somebody, if you know what I'm talking about. So literally loving and expressing yourself freely, yes. We need some of those lives, clips for shorts. I mean, I'm down if someone wants to, you know, someone with good intention wanna, you know, if you're skilled in that. I just don't have the time to do it by myself. If you're wanting to work with the Mystic Royal Collective, I'm totally down. Reach me on Instagram. But I'm still learning how all this works. You know, not sponsoring any other streamer necessarily, but you learn from a lot of streamers. But one streamer, Asmongold, if you've heard of Asmongold, he dives into like everything though, so politics and everything. So hey, props to him. He's very popular. But I only mention him specifically because he never edits any of his videos. I'm on Instagram too. I'll find you. Thank you. I don't know why it's auto moderation, but he has never, from my understanding, really edited his own videos. But he had someone that was liking the content so much and start clipping and then making money off of it, and then eventually to avoid copyright, he was just chilling, keeping going, and it got both of them exposure. And I think now that's his like dedicated editor. So yeah. Okay, heard. Thank you for telling me that. Yeah, I tried to keep it. That's why some people have had to say I had to be careful. I see. That's why I flagged the U. Okay, I see. That's why I try to short it like Insta or something. I don't know. But yeah, if anyone wants to clip my stuff, I'm totally down. They've clipped appropriately. I know there's some people that take things out of context, so you gotta be very careful nowadays of how you word things. 16:06 on the clock. We're gonna do one last card, bottom of the deck. I kind of going through these little waves right now. I don't know if y'all feeling it, but sometimes it's like probably due to all that, you know, this whole energy being a little bit wiped. Two of Wands, Dominion. Talk about the juggling, the way that you balance your energy. Make sure you don't give it to those that are not deserving. So, yes, collective. Thank you so much. I'm doing one final sage light here to finalize. Is it still flagging something? And the throw under massive attack. They don't want the truth getting out. I got you. Let me see. Does it show that on there? I put to show the comment, but I know what you're saying. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I try not to think about that kind of stuff too much, because I feel that if I were to focus on those things or alleged, like, you know, people coming after or whatever, then if one's not careful, you can inadvertently manifest more of those things. Not saying that they don't exist anyways, but you know what I'm saying. They all show for me. Yo, Casey, how are you? Look at you slipping on here. You missed, this is at the very end of it. We just transmuted exactly. How you doing, Casey? You doing well today? Hope you're doing fantastic. Yeah, morning to you, right? I think it is 4:08 my time. Yeah, this was a whole marathon, Casey. I decided to bring the Mystic Royal Collective on a journey of bringing the reminding people that divinity and fun can exist in the mundane, like, dishes. So I had a whole pile of dishes. I was just like, shoot, you know what I mean? You woke up, no, you're chill. You got to get some rest too, because it's way different time for you. So, but yeah, now I've been 5 hours and 23 minutes here. Baby! Woo! Right, Casey? Just because you're my moderator here, I'm gonna show you what you know, because I don't know how long before this whole long live loads to then put public once it goes to the YouTube, right? But I conquered this whole pile, this whole thing of dishes, y'all. Look at this. You'll be proud of me. Look. It's huge. It was all piled up here, like piled like here. And then I was putting it off. I'm gonna keep it real, but look, boom, 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 deep in there, my love. Boom, boom. All the silverware. It's good to keep a silver lining, my love. I got the nerves of steel, baby, and they be stainless. Yes. So, anyways, yes. So that's what you had missed, but. Not really missed too. I mean, you know me, everything's open forum, you know what I mean? You come and go as you please. The wolf pack family, you come and go as you please, baby. You know what I mean? At least with my lives, right? Thank you. But yes, it was a fun session. Had a little couple singing. I did once we hit 10 likes, had a little Pechugasso session. I think Kay the mom was has been the rock star. She'd been here. She my number one on here the live. She getting her own stuff done in the background, and I was like, yo, that's encouragement. We all help each other get these non-spiritual tasks done while also integrating everything at once. Yeah, cool. You drop once in the words. Oh, it did. In my back. Thank you, my beautiful love. You dropped in the words, in the woods. Yeah. Are you saying that you took care of business in the woods? Is that what it is? Like, you dropped a deuce in the woods? God, fun. I'm a little TMI, probably. I don't care. Human baby. Hey, if you gotta go, you gotta go. You know what I mean? No, you don't have a farm, do you? I'm thinking of Fluffy Fufu, I think. He's your job connection. It's the Call of Duty, my love. Yeah, yeah, for real. I try to be careful of this because I don't know how cringe that I can be. The Call of Duty, of course. Yeah, there is a. I don't know if it's. I think it's Weird Al Yankovic, but there is a spin-off of a song, Avril Lavigne song, that it was called. I don't know what his version. I think it's called Constipated. Can I say that? Hopefully. Relax, what you're straining for. Sit down, breathe in and out some more. I know it can be frustrating, something like that. I gotta try to remember it. Every time you try to take a dump, you get constipated. I see the. I can't do too much. I gotta watch out. I can't get flagged. Yo. Look it up for yourself, though. You can find it on YouTube. I think it's hopefully that was more silly than actual. You know, yeah, Weird Al Yankovic. Yeah. Yeah, those are some fun times. Songs, some of them. I think they're just like very niche. Like there's a few good ones. You know what I mean? And it's like maybe one-hit wonders. You know what I mean? Like never gonna give you up, never gonna let you down, never gonna turn around and desert you. Not being rickrolled. I just rickrolled you right there, baby. Yes. 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 Got big plans for the day, Casey? If you're still in the chat. I'm gonna probably go on live later, but I'm gonna maybe take a nap or just chill in general for a little bit. Oh, that's right. I keep forgetting. You just woke up. You know? Yeah. Australia. I like the profile pictures. Yes. The best part of waking up, collective with me now. If you can hook me up with any like gigs or anything, anybody, that'd be a cool thing. I'm open to like voiceover of an anime character or something like that. I'll take a potato chip and eat it. Light Yagami. Yes. Pretty relaxed today. Maybe free later for... Yeah, I'm down, Casey. Tell me available time frame and we'll set something up, okay? Send it to me on Insta, you know. Everyone is just using AI by the sounds of it now. Yeah, I mean, it's kind of like the transition when we got the computers, though, my dear, just to be honest. We all went through the transition of using the computer, which ends up being like, now we have went to desktops and now being fully mobile. Like this is literally a feat, and this is the y'all making me stay here a little bit longer talking about this. So if you're having fun, I'm chilling, you know what I mean? But I'm not. I get little boosts of energy sometimes. That's how it works, and then sometimes I feel so drained. But yo, it does help as a content creator that is solo dolo, baby, and just me. It helps, you know what I mean? And I use it to be able to enhance my productions and not take away from my own artistic ability fully. Now, I have dabbled around here and there to see, out of curiosity, what kind of stuff that these script writers and things, you know, and some of the things are good. But the problem, and I'm trying to avoid this already, I feel the AI for summarization, one, it all starts to sound the same. And you hear people talking to you, it talks like ChatGPT. It's like Chapati speak or something, whatever. You get it. But anyways, is it gonna let me go in here with my music now? Let me check this out, baby. But it helps me to like I said, the music in the background. Like, you know how, I don't know, but like if you know, but it's very difficult to find like royalty-free music, and then sometimes it changes later on. So I mean, yeah, kind of crazy. Let's see. Is it gonna let me log in now, or is it gonna say technical difficulties? Let's see if I got the right one. 69. Oh no. I think I got it on the. Perfect. Thank you. Hope you enjoy the whispers in the background too, every now and then. I hope you enjoy the silent sounds from time to time. Yes, AI can be dangerous. Did I get the right one? Yes! Back in business, baby. Perfect. Yes. Cool. Okay. Wow. Okay, good. What is this? Okay. All right. Back in business, baby. I tuned into the wrong, and it tuned me out on my Bluetooth. Let's see. I got copyrighted for content having the radio playing in the background. Yeah, well, this here is, I do have a, I don't think I'm an advocate for this company yet or anything like that. Or maybe I am, I don't know. I have in older posts, I have the affiliate links, but honestly, it's been a little hard to keep track of all these things and logins. So again, I'm trying to simplify my life, not complicate it. If you want to work with the Mystic World Collective, baby, I'm looking for ideally a live-in assistant. I don't know, but that's I'm trying to just be mindful and just respectful of everybody. You know, we'll just talk on Instagram first. I gotta stop saying the full name of that, I guess. Come on now, my Bluetooth, baby. Okay. Yes, so I use Suno. Intended to be my voice with the radio in the background. Oh, yeah, you gotta be careful for that. I make sure I have all my other YouTubes and everything like that. And even, that's why I'm also careful not to do like reaction content. I'm open to it, but, you know, the big players have gotten their name in there. The ones that are already established. So I feel respectfully, they're making these platforms a lot of money. You know what I mean? So you can see it. They can get away with a lot more things than probably someone that's, you know, still trying to get in there. You know what I mean? I don't know if that makes any sense, but yes, my love. I don't feel the need anyways to have to really bring up too many other people's content anyways, at least for now. I may do some like reactions from time to time. Let's see, is he gonna pull this up? Come on now. It's all over the place today. Oh, perfect. Are we back in business, baby? Are we? Yes. So yeah, I'm grateful with my paid subscription tier. I have the rights to use and change up all these things, and you just gotta be respectful and be responsible in the way you use AI. That goes for anything. To intentionally try to copyright, because if you intentionally make this sound like this specific artist stuff, then that's when you're treading on some waters right there. So I don't even mention artist names, and none of my keywords I mention by style and influence and just keywords that apply to anything. Yeah, Casey. Wolfpack family, baby. Yeah. Glad to have the music back in business, baby. Yeah. It just logged off for a moment or something. So, yes, I think that's it. I think. Thank you, everyone, for coming in the chat, and we will all talk soon. What's the timer? 5 hours and 36 minutes. And I think this is where I'll leave it off. The extra sage cleansing. We'll talk soon, baby. Okay. Sending off with love. Make sure you stay mystical, my friends. You're beautiful. You're wonderful. I know that all of you have already liked the video at this point, so thank you for that. And we'll talk soon, baby. Okay. Ciao, mi amor. I love you.